fire lane. Nobody can park over there. So black Tahoe, open trailer, 2 quads and a motorcycle. You know who you are. We just need to get you guys to move it though. Thank you.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Holders AC small tire, Holders AC small tire. This is your final call to the lanes, please. Holders AC small tire, this is your final call to the lanes. Hughes Performance Big Tire and Open Comp, you guys are on standby. Hughes Performance Big Tire and Open Comp, you guys are on standby. Again, Holders AC small tire, this is your final call. Apologize for the delayed start and the slow pace, ladies and gentlemen, but this very cold track temperature means that we're paying very close attention to make sure everybody's getting down the racetrack well. And when we have a delay, it means that we've got to use the tractors in order to keep the heat in the racetrack. So we'll be good as soon as we get a little bit more sunshine and the temps rise up. We'll be in even better shape. But what a wonderful, chilly, wonderful hoodie day for drag racing here at Las Vegas at Streetcar Super Nationals 21. We appreciate you guys coming out. I'm Chad Reynolds with BangShift.com. We are live on BangShift right now. So everybody that is out there, spread the word at home that we are live. And we will bring you all the racing action all day long today throughout the rest of the weekend. My partner in crime, Neil Sabo, running the buttons, making sure the feed is running good while I'm out here yammering on the mic. So again, everybody, we really do appreciate you guys being here. It's chilly. We know that the economy sucks this year, and we know that it's a bigger challenge for everybody to get here as well. And yet you've made it, and we do appreciate that, again, very, very much. So thank you, and please have a great time this weekend. Me and Ron and Heather are going to control the pace of this bad boy by calling you guys to the lanes as efficiently as possible. And if you've been with us the last couple of years, you know that we have been real good at getting this thing done before it gets late, and we'd like to continue that tradition this year. And what you can do to help us with that is to come when we call you. There are going to be some of you guys that last year we had a couple of guys that got mad at me because I was calling you back to the lanes real quick, and you were in double entered in class, and I went down there to talk to them, and they quickly understood that if you're in the lanes, fueling up, cooling down, whatever you got to do, that is a preference as opposed to being off somewhere in no man's land where we can't see you in the pit area. So if you are double entered, we're going to call you, perhaps quicker than you'd like to come to the lanes, but we will make sure that you guys get time to cool them off and put fuel in them and charge the battery and whatever it is that you need to do. But if you can work with us, we promise to work with you, and we will have a very efficient and wonderful day here at the races. So again, Heather and Ron and I are looking forward to it. So is everybody else up here in the tower. I want to thank Gage, the intern, who is running the computer and has been making calls this morning while I've been getting the live stream going. And again, really, really appreciate it. All of you guys out there, what an amazing event this promises to be. I am so excited for some of the stuff that we have going on, like Outlaw 8.5 in honor of Crusty Ramsay, the Little Gangsters class that is running here again, a 5:30 index, no time, no clocks, no scoreboards, no time slips, no nothing class. It is absolutely a riot. We have a lot going on here this weekend, and we really do appreciate you guys being here. So thank you, and good luck. Have fun. Remember, you could be working. It's way better to be sitting here at the drag strip in these lovely cool temperatures. Ron, you are working. That is true. So am I, but we're still at the racetrack. The bad news is, Mel just doesn't pay worth a shit. Oh, hey, you're right there, Mel. Are you excited or what?
Yeah, with this, we have a great turnout. The weather to cooperate, which so far it has, except for a little chilly this morning. We had a good temperature in the track, but man, we're going to have one heck of a race, man. The weather looks, pretty good, especially Saturday, Sunday.
Oh yeah, Saturday, Sunday look beautiful. I actually love the chilly, not cold, but chilly Streetcar Super Nationals because everybody gets the fire pits out and everybody's hanging out and having fun. And I know that we have a lot of that to look forward to. Any official count yet on entries that you want to share, or we still got them coming in?
They're still coming in, but yeah, you probably don't want to hear this. Last night we had 526 entries.
So me and Ron always go, trying to get 526. We've done it, and we'll do it again. I hope we get 550 or so. I know last year was close to a record. Maybe this year will be the record. But wow, that's awesome. 526 is rad.
Right, and this is something for you racers now. I realize everyone realizes how hard it is to get a race like this done. But man, just double check everything. If you get out of the groove or wheel stand, just pull over. Let our guys look at it. Nobody wants to be that guy or that girl because Chad will let everybody know who that guy is or that girl. So yeah, if everybody, like I said, double check everything. Make sure your puke tanks, are drained and re-tightened up and all this kind of stuff. And it'll help us tremendously to get this race done. And we want to be able to get everybody all their qualifiers and everything. So, you help us, we'll help you.
Yeah, I could not have said it better myself. Thanks, Mel. Really do appreciate the fact that we've got new rules. Every car that runs 9s or quicker here has to run a diaper. And everybody knows that that has made a huge difference, along with some schedule changes and a few other rules, has made a huge change to this event over the last few years, and it's really awesome to be a part of it. So, like Mel says, be smart out there, okay? Especially during qualifying. You know, you can't, if the run is junk, you aren't going to fix it out on the racetrack. Like, dude, just call it a day and let's not wad up stuff. Let's not tear stuff up. You'll get another chance to go down the racetrack. So, again, thank you everybody for being out here. We are running our Calvert Racing no box right now. We've called Holders AC small tire, and we are going to call big tire and open comp to the lanes here shortly. So heads up there in the pits. We'll be calling more classes soon. Also want to thank MPR for being a presenting sponsor of the Calvert Racing No Box category. Big thanks to them. There's so many great companies that support this race, and without them, there is no way to do it. This is a big race. This is an expensive race to run. Obviously here at a world-class facility, which is not cheap, and with the finest track prep crews in the business, with TVC here in the house. What a great compliment they are to the staff here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So again, really big thanks to all of the sponsors that are here this weekend, who have been with the Streetcar Super Nationals for 21 years, and those that are new. We appreciate every one of you. So thank you so much for being a part of the event. We have some great live broadcast sponsors this year. Really have to thank them as well. Clearly Fuel Tech, the presenting sponsor here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21, but I want to thank Redline Oil and Holly, as well as Molly Motorsport, you know, for being our premier sponsors here on the live stream. Want to thank Artex Racing, John DeJong, and that entire crew out of Canada. Also want to thank S&T Truck Repair and Raz Construction. All of them doing a great job and stepping up to be a part of this broadcast. And last but certainly not least, I want to thank our friends at Texas Precision Performance, who, you know, said right away, hey, you're doing it, we want to be a part of it. That's Aaron over there at Texas Precision Performance, and if you're looking for a 9-inch, he's your dude. So, Ron, there is a lot of junk coming out of the exhaust of that Camaro on the right lane. It looks like rust. It is, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, that thing has been sitting for a while. Yeah, and man, it just has this orange cloud behind it. Luckily, that's all it is, no big deal. But ladies and gentlemen, one reminder with the cold temperatures and the humidity, if you have a full exhaust on your car, A, I commend you, but B, you know, you might want to wing the thing a couple of times before you get in the staging lanes, or at least once before you get to the ready line. Yeah, because it's going to blow condensation out of the exhaust, and that way it'll keep it from being on the starting line. We know you can't, you know, keep all of it from happening, but whatever you could do to help us out, we would really appreciate it. So, again, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I love it. We're at Streetcar Super Nationals 21, watching jets fly over and race cars go down the racetrack. Like, seriously, everybody, you know who wants to be us? Everybody that was too dumb to come. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hughes Performance Big Tire to lane 7 and 8, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire to lane 7 and 8, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire, please come on down to lane 7 and 8, please. Open comp, you are on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hughes Performance Big Tire to the lanes, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire to the lanes. Come on down to 7 and 8. Hughes Performance Big Tire to 7 and 8, please. Attention in the staging lanes. Attention in the staging lanes. Pit vehicles are not allowed to be parked in a lane. If you have your golf cart or what have you parked in the lane next to the lane that your race car is in, that is a problem, as we are going to fill those lanes. Right now, we're being nice to you as we're warming up the racetrack, but I assure you the pace is going to pick up a lot here shortly. And so we need everybody to make sure your pit vehicles are only parked in designated pit vehicle areas. You cannot leave them in the lanes, cannot leave them unattended. Please make sure that you guys are helping us help you. Also, remember that along that block wall, after you come by the tower on the return road, that is not the place to be. What are you doing? Why are you so damn excited down there? Monty Fitzgerald in the house. What'd the kid do? Was he like trip zip or something? I didn't even pay attention. 011 on the tree. I see it. Goes 19.0 at 74 mile an hour. Blisteringly fast. Watch out for DeAndre Fitzgerald. That kid is a monster. I mean, a monster. Out there in the Hyundai. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you should be in 7 and 8. If you're not, you're late. Fig Speed, Open Comp, 4/10, Pro Tree, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Again, Open Comp, 4/10, come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Open Comp, 5/10, you are on standby, and we will be calling you here in just a moment. Open Comp 4/10 to lanes 1 and 2. Final call. Final call. Hughes Performance Big Tire to lanes 7 and 8. I got to tell you, folks, if you are struggling on the starting line today, you need to pick up your game, because I am telling you that everyone has been killing it out here on the tree. That was a 002 right lane, 13 left. Like, the number of single-digit reaction times has been insane this early. And I love it. Open Comp, 4/10. Come down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Open Comp, 4/10. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. And Big Tire, you guys have $8,000 to win, and there are not a lot of you in the lanes yet. I've already given you a final call. All right, now we're going into small tire. That's Holder's AC small tire, and we're moving over into lanes 3 and 4 over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Again, big thanks to Total Venue Concepts for being in the house. Kurt, Thomas, Weston. I don't know who else is here, but I know all three of them are here. The last time I saw Weston was at Bowling Green, Kentucky a couple of months ago, and he was not by himself, but almost by himself. He was running every piece of equipment himself, so he literally was like lining them up behind the water box and getting in and out of everything to do it, and it was ridiculously hot outside. His black shirt was mostly white from all the sweat, and while he is a picture of health and virility, when I offered him a giant ice cream that I was handing out to all the track staff, he tried to turn it down for a second and then realized that it was 11,500 degrees outside with roughly 91% humidity, so ice cream was his friend, and he proceeded to eat it while dragging the racetrack. Maybe even spraying, I'm not sure, but yes. We appreciate all of the work of Thomas and Kurt and Weston, as well as everybody else out here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So, folks, if you can, do me a favor, whenever you see a track staff here this weekend, tell them thank you. They work really hard so that you guys get to have an awesome, safe, fast, and fun experience here in Las Vegas. So, again, be nice. Thank them. Also, reminder on the starting line, guys, all of you guys are awesome because you're standing on the starting line at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and there are roughly 86 jillion people on the planet that aren't doing that, who think that you are awesome, and they're right. But one thing I need you guys to do for me, if your car is not actively in the water box or on the starting line, I need you guys to stand inside the corrals there, inside the bike fence. You cannot sit on the wall. There is no sitting on the walls, period. And the reason for that is because while we're running in 2 lanes, we have tractors running in the others, and it's hard to see, and we don't want to run over anybody. So, again, you are only allowed on the starting line outside of the corral if your car is either actively doing the burnout or is pulling up to the starting line. Otherwise, we need you in the corrals. And again, folks, please do not sit on the walls. That means you guys in black that are sitting on the walls. There you go. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it. Trust me, I understand. I'm old. I like sitting, but we've got to be careful. So, again, only if you are with these 2 cars should you be outside of the corral. And I have a hard time believing that 10 of you are with the Mustang. I'm just saying. I can't decide whether I like the Chevelle better or the Fox body, and I'm a Chevroletsman. So that's a big deal, but that Fox body is gorgeous. Yeah, Andy Dodge over there in the right lane driving a Chevrolet, which I think is awesome because Dodge people must hate him. But That car won Best Appearing Car last year. Gorgeous. Gorgeous 69 Chevelle. My favorite year of big body Chevelle. And an absolutely beautiful Fox body over there in the left lane belongs to Styles Robertson. Dude, what kind of name is that? Styles. That's awesome. It is. I mean, it's no MacGyver, but it's pretty good. I remember, you don't know because you weren't here yet, when your dad had to work on your mom, convincing her that MacGyver was the name. And everybody that he said it to was like, yes, that is it. It was awesome. So, yes, we like it. Mac is a good one, for sure. Look at the fun machines that we have coming up next. Andy Dodge, waiting to pull all the way in. Robertson over there in the left lane, all the way in. Our first small tire pair down the racetrack. Wow. The Fox body doing weirdo things out there. I wouldn't be so sure that thing didn't break something. Wow. That was a really sharp snap right there in the left lane. Meanwhile, Dodge goes right down Broadway. This is a no-time category, so we won't have anything to be able to tell you other than who they are. That's Toaster's car over there in the left lane, but Jamie Voorhees is driving that thing. In the right lane, it's James Zacks out of Porter, Texas. And I don't know if that is, I don't know which car that is. I hate to say this, but now whenever I see a white convertible Fox body, I'm not sure if it's Devin's car or not. Okay, so that is the Nasty Vert. Okay, but this thing is a beast, an absolute beast. And I'm a huge fan of racing convertibles. I have a 69 Camaro convertible stock eliminator car, and I am a huge fan of running with the top down. There is, NHRA allows it if you've got the right cage, window net, arm restraints, etc. So everybody should be doing it. Let's see, Nova versus Fox body. What a great side-by-side pair that is. Right down Broadway. Again, I have nothing. I don't have wind lights, reaction times, nothing for these guys. Now, Sean Letson and Eric Outland. Outland in the Camaro. Oh, Nacho owns that car? And in the right lane, Sean Letson out of Spokane, Washington in the 87 Mustang. Having a little bit of trouble, it looks like, getting that thing in reverse and backing up. looks pretty soft early, but they're moving. Ooh, Artis was trying to get greedy down there at the 330, and that thing just started to light the tires up, and he pedaled it. It was real soft early, but man, when he started putting some steam to it, that thing started dancing. The Nova in the right lane is Lucas Milner out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, in that beautiful 69 Nova with the hubcaps and the steelies, quote unquote. They're probably not steel wheels. They're probably like a drag light. Those dog dish hubcaps, if you put them on, if you put a adapter setup on the middle of a drag light, they will actually cover up all the drag light holes. So then if you just paint them, they look like steelies. That thing, oh my God, it makes my pants tight. That is awesome. I love that car. Milner out there out of Winnipeg getting ready to leave. Uh-oh. Oh, there he goes. Ooh, look at that left front wheel in the air all the way to the 330. Meanwhile, Joey Hovey over there in the left lane out of Paradise, California up north in that 70 Camaro let go of the button and was gone. That thing made a rip. Another pair of Novas, old and less old. Scott Graham in the house, watching the live stream. Glad to see you're checking it out, everybody that's out there at home on bangshift.com watching the live stream. We appreciate you guys tuning in and want to thank our Streetcar Super Nationals family for getting us out here and making it so that I can bring Neil in and we can do this great broadcast of this amazing race. Whoa, wheel stands and pedaling and all kinds of things going on over there in the right lane. All right, Fig Speed, open comp, 4/10. You should be in 1 and 2. Fig Speed, open comp, 4/10. You should be in 1 and 2. Open comp, 5/10. This is your warning. We're calling you to the lanes momentarily. You Hughes Performance Big Tire guys were a little slow getting to the lanes, but you're there. Absolute epic use of 4 lanes here at Streetcar Super Nationals. No other event is able to do this and does this. Small tire and radial prep lanes in the right 2 lanes, lanes 3 and 4, and slick tire and big tire prep over here in the left lanes, which are 1 and 2. And man, the sun putting a little heat in the racetrack, which we need. It is chilly and lovely out there. Left pretty good, but then having trouble and pedals it and then rolls back into it. Very soft on the hit in the left lane, but makes it all the way down. A reminder, if you are not with the blue Camaro or the white Camaro, you either need to be in the corral on each side of the starting line or heading back to your pit. One or the other, please. And remember, folks, nobody under the age of 16, actually nobody that is not a licensed driver, may operate any motorized vehicle on the property, period. And when we say motorized, I mean gasoline, ethanol, or some other internal combustion, or electric. Actual motors are electric. Those count too. So nobody that is not a licensed driver may operate any motorized vehicle here on the property. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Fig speed, open comp 5/10 to 3 and 4. Open comp 5/10 to 3 and 4, please. And open comp 4/10, this is your final call to the lanes. Fig speed, open comp 5/10 to the lanes, please. Come on down to 3 and 4. West Coast Bikes and Pro 275, you guys are on standby. All right, on the starting line, Josh Warnberg out of Iona, Idaho. Oh, no, I lied. That was the previous pair. These two are not on file. That racetrack is there, though. May be cold, but it is sticky icky. Over here in the right lane now is a 67 Chevelle that is evil looking. We're up here doing the 6-7. Joe O, what's up, big dog? Glad to see you in the house. Yeah, so the 6-7 over there in the right lane, that thing is buried on the ground. I feel like that might be a chassis swapped car, but I'm not sure, but I love it. MacGyver's up here going, that's rad. I dig that thing. It is cool. Going up against the Fox body. Ed Els out of Frederick, Colorado in the 89 Mustang over there in the left lane, and not on file in the 67 Chevelle in the right. Got a little dribble of something over there in the right lane. Double checking the Chevelle to make sure it is not leaking. Remember, folks, if you have not gone over your ride with a fine-tooth comb, please do so. Make sure you check your catch cans, your fittings, all the things. We don't want you to be that girl or guy. Here we go. Mustang's in, Chevelle's in. Oh, wow. The Chevelle just literally hops in the air. That car, I definitely need to go look at this thing. That thing absolutely 100% is a chassis swap of some kind. And wow, it just got evil trying to jam the rear tires into the ground and hopped up off the ground and bounced around before going. And we're pulling them back and double checking the lanes here real quick. Look at you guys. I got to tell you, the people winning the gold stars this morning are my Fig Speed Open Comp 5/10 guys. I called you exactly twice to the lanes, and you have already filled up 3/4 of lanes 3 and 4. I am giving you the golf clap, the gold star, and the big thank you to my Open Comp 5/10 guys. Thank you so much. If you are in the pits and you're in Open Comp 5/10 and you are still out, like I said, in the pits, you're in the wrong place. So come on down to lanes 3 and 4, please. Open Comp 5/10 to 3 and 4, please. West Coast Bikes and Pro 275, you guys are on standby. If you are in Holder AC, or sorry, Hughes Performance, big tire, no time, and you are not in the lanes, you are late because we are rolling you all to the arch right now. All right, all right, all right. Derek Cooper out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the 94 Cobra in the left lane. And Mike pulling out of Litchfield Park, Arizona in the 93 Mustang. Left real hard, but then it struck the tires and he pedaled it and just cruised down the racetrack. Derek and Mike, weirdos, both of them. 93 and 94 Mustangs with, get this, ladies and gentlemen, Ford engines in them. One of them 430 cubic inches, the other one 351 Windsor. I don't believe him. But who puts a Ford in a Mustang anymore? That's weird. That's old school. Dan DeGata out of Pomona in the 66 Mustang, no stranger to Streetcar Super Nationals or PSCA or wins in general out here on the West Coast. Dan is an absolute riot. And Mike Silva out of Madera in the left lane. In the big block 70 Nova. I went to school in Morgan Hill, California in high school. Several Silvas. Oh, nice job. Mike leaving hard out there, gets on the brakes early and coasts through the finish. Dan DeGata chasing him in the little 66 Mustang. 408 cubic inches under the hood. And now, not on file. Beautiful. Notch Fox body in the right lane. And the CTSV over here in the left lane. Again, folks, if you are not with the car that is in the water or on the starting line, you must be inside the corrals with the bike fence. Look at Thomas right there outside the tractor. What a specimen. Trying to ignore me. See how it is. Oh, I'm excited because we're going from small tire to big tire. Is that Kenny Hanna down there? Kenny Hubbard in the house? I see him over there hiding. Him and all of his muscles. Here we go. Oh, the bump, she no worky in the right lane. Bumps right through the beams. And here we go. Multi-time Leaf Spring record holder out of Lakewood, California in the 69 Camaro, Johnny Coleman. Coleman, who went to 2 finals last year here at Streetcar Super Nationals. He's got 518 cubic inches under the hood over there in the right lane. And the Pro Charger is a beast. Josh Lightfoot out of Alameda, California, in the 04 Mustang, over here in the left lane. Like I said, Johnny Coleman, on multiple occasions, has been the quickest and fastest leaf spring car on earth. A few years ago, I introduced him to my good friend Lyle Barnett, who also has held that record numerous times in the Tooth Jerker Dart. And the two of them knew each other but didn't know each other. And it was awesome. They got along like fast friends for sure. And if you know Johnny Coleman, you know that smile of his is infectious, and he's a really good dude. So glad to see him out here. Oh, throwing it all at it. Coleman up in smoke right there. All right, here we go. As we do the swap, we're going to do the switch over. Oh, I'm getting messages from John DeJong, who is sending me messages. Says, I'm really sorry, but I had to leave this morning to go back home to get some work done. He was here helping Tony Dreesen do the tune-up on his pickup. I'm not going to tell you what some of the performance predictions are on it, but it's been quicker than ever, and I love it. Sorry you're not here, John, but really appreciate all the support from Artex Racing, and really, really so thrilled to see our Canadian friends here. I know that a lot of my Canadian friends have not been traveling to the United States this year nearly as much. But I want to let you guys know that we love you. All of us smart people still love all of you Canadians. So come on down. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. If you have pop rivets and a piece of sheet aluminum that is roughly a 6-inch square or smaller, I need it. If you have pop rivets and or some sheet aluminum, I have a racer in need. Tex needs it. If you can come on down for Jim's decided to play in the gravel Monza. If you can help them out, they would appreciate it. They have a rivet gun, but they need pop rivets and some sheet aluminum. So if you can help them out, come let me know in the tower. I'll give you a phone number so that you can get a hold of them and help them out here as we are in our Hughes Performance Big Tire. Fig Speed Open Comp 5/10. You guys should be in lanes 3 and 4. This is your final call. Again, you guys get gold stars for coming when we called you. West Coast Bikes. West Coast Bikes, you guys are on standby. West Coast Bikes, you guys are on standby. And Pro 275, you are also on standby. We are going to start calling you guys to lanes shortly. big nitrous backfire in the right lane. I mean, big boy. What a huff that was. Meanwhile, Nick Duda out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, in the small block Corvette. Yeah, you heard that. Small block rolls down there. Last year, they competed in Pro Mod and No Time Big Tire, so everybody knew what they were running, but it didn't matter. That small block was a beast last year. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Fig Speed Open Comp 5/10. This is your final call to the lanes. West Coast Bikes, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6. Pro 275, no time. You guys are on standby. Pro 275, you guys are on standby. West Coast Bikes, come on down to 5 and 6, please. And again, guys, if you have a full exhaust, please wing those things a couple of times before you get to the arch so that we can avoid water on the starting line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Techs, we have rivets. We've had guys calling you. We have rivets. Multiple people offering rivets and screws, etc. So techs, come on up to the tower or answer your phone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are in Open Comp, 4/10 Pro Tree. Again, West Coast Bikes, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. West Coast Bikes to 5 and 6. Oh, wow. Wow. I have no idea how that S10 did not hit the wall, but holy crap. Wow. Stop the truck. Stop the truck. Ladies and gentlemen, if your junk almost crashes, stop moving. Remember, the Chad Reynolds mantra, it is way easier to clean up a puddle than a stripe. Think about this. When your kid is like 2 years old, if they stand there in the middle of the living room and pee all over the floor, it's way easier to clean up than if they just walk around the house pissing on everything. Right? Yeah, so there you go. So when stuff goes down, we stop the car on the racetrack. Thank you. This public service announcement brought to you by Total Venue Concepts, your track prep specialists. We love you. I'm not bashing. I'm just saying. Oh. I don't know which one of our guys jumped the wall and stood out there waving his arms and legs, but whoever you are, I love you. That was awesome. All right, so we got to do some cleanup out here, folks. I was just getting ready to call me some Pro 275, but I'm not. You guys are on standby till we make sure what our mess is out here, and then we'll roll from there. All right, attention in the pits. I got a racer in need. Kenji Trammell is looking for a converter for a Turbo 350. So again, a turbo spline converter. It could be in a Glide that's got a turbo spline. He's looking for a 5,000 stall or higher for a Turbo 350. If you guys have one, he is not looking for a donation. He's just trying to see if somebody's got something that will help his car out. And if it's in the budget, he is absolutely happy to pay for it. So if you are in possession of a Turbo 350 or Turbo Spline 5,000 plus stall torque converter and can help out Kenji, then please let us know here in the tower, and I will put you in touch with him. I will give you his number. Like I said, we appreciate you guys very much, and we'll let Kenji know if you've got something to offer. Want to take this opportunity to remind everybody that we have two unique event t-shirts, one of which is featuring the iconic 1978 Malibu of Crusty Ramsay, which is here on the property this weekend, as well as the Pontiac Firebird of Darren Groh. Those are $25 each for event t-shirts. All hoodies, including event hoodies, are just $45 each, and it's chilly. It's hoodie weather. They also carry a full line of aftermarket company apparel such as Holley EFI, MSD, Hurst, Hooker headers, Fuel Tech, Precision Turbo, and Nitrous Outlet on the Streetcar Super Nationals merchandise trailer in the vendors midway. So make sure you go get your event tee or a sexy hat like the one I'm wearing. These hats are so nice. Like, they really are really nice Richardsons. They're so nice, they even make Neil Sabo look good. I mean, look at it. I mean, you're a handsome gentleman wearing that hat, Neil. If it can do that for you, I mean, look at Gage the intern. Even the kid looks good. These are great hats. They're magic. Magic. Want to thank Fuel Tech for being the event title sponsor here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21. Fuel Tech is an international company specializing in developing and manufacturing state-of-the-art performance engine management systems. The company's elite staff, always keeping a grip on the forefront of technology available, guarantees top-notch quality and constant innovation. The product's greatest advantage is its overall simplicity, from its painless installation to real-time tuning in just hours, depending on the application. Their FT Series E ECUs have a built-in interface that is a complete set that allows the user to have full control of the engine without the need of a PC, emphasizing the on-the-spot do-it-yourself concept. Fuel Tech's craftsmanship and technology is built on extreme performance, and proof comes from where it matters, the racetrack. Excellent record-breaking track results on a wide variety of racing classes such as sportsman, pro drag, circuit, off-road, rally, motorbike, and marine applications testify to their commitment to attain the best results everywhere they compete. Developing and designing high-performance products since 2003, Fuel Tech will surely have a product to fulfill your needs, and you can check them out on the web at fueltech.net. Also want to take this opportunity to thank Precision Turbo and Engine, where their why is a deeply rooted, unyielding commitment to performance and reliability. In an industry where every detail matters, they strive to engineer products that not only unleash unparalleled power, but also stand the test of time, ensuring that you can drive with confidence and peace of mind. Whether your application is for the street or setting land speed records at Bonneville, their relentless pursuit of perfection drives them to create turbochargers and engines that set industry standards, embody a synergy of innovation and durability. They believe that your vehicle's heart should pulsate with relentless force, coupled with an unwavering reliability that transforms every drive into an extraordinary experience. Trust in Precision Turbo and Engine to fuel your journey with uncompromising performance and reliability, taking automotive excellence to new horizons. For more information on all of their turbochargers, from mild to wild and big to small, go visit them at precisionturbo.com. Also remember, folks, Summit Racing Equipment has been a longtime sponsor here at Streetcar Super Nationals. And at summitracing.com, you'll find literally millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. We're talking about parts for racing, street performance, trucks, and off-roading, tools, shop equipment, and more. Visit them at summitracing.com. And if you are in Texas, or if you are near their home store in Ohio, in Talmadge, if you are in Georgia, near their store there, or in Sparks, Nevada, near that store, remember that they have the scratch and dent outlet, as we call it, and you guys absolutely need to go visit that spot. I was just at the one in Texas a few days ago, and it is ridiculous the amount of stuff that is in the scratch and dent and returns department that you can find. It is, you need to bring your parts list, spend some real time. You can find some amazing deals there as well. Also want to thank all of our live broadcast sponsors, including the fine folks at Redline Oil, as well as Molly Motorsport, Artex Racing, Raz Construction, S&T Truck Repair, Texas Precision Performance, and last but certainly not least, Holly, who has been a longtime supporter of Bangshift.com's live broadcasts, including here at Streetcar Super Nationals for years and years and years and years. So we appreciate them being a part of it, and appreciate all you guys who have come out here this weekend to race with us. We know that you guys have a lot of choice on how you spend your time and money with your families, and for you to decide to come out here and spend the weekend with us really does mean a lot. So big thank you to us and to you and to everybody here on the property for working together to have a great weekend and a great event. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mess out there on the racetrack, but they have pulled all of the scrubbing equipment off. Everything is drying quickly, which is a testament to the sunlight which is shining on that racetrack. And we'll be back to racing action here shortly. Again, West Coast Bikes, we did call you to the lanes right before the mess, so come on down if you're not here. Take your time. Pro 275, no time, and Limited Small Tire, you guys are on standby. We'll be calling you as soon as we get started racing one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're real excited too. We're real excited about one special part of this race, and I already mentioned to you earlier, the SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8.5 class is the SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8.5 for Crusty, and we could not be happier than to see the great group of people who stepped up to get Crusty's car here this weekend. And if you knew Crusty Ramsay, you know that it was Outlaw 8.5 or nothing for him. And his love of 8.5 racing is what led us to do Rowdy Radial on Rocky Mountain Race Week, which is now one of the most popular classes in all of Dragon Drives. And we love it. And again, just cannot tell you how much it means to have this car here. You know, Crusty was a Colorado resident and good friends with Matt Frost, who started Rocky Mountain Race Week. And we, on multiple occasions while Crusty was in the hospital or at home, we changed the route to go by the hospital or go by home so that he could see all of us driving by. And just a really special guy who, again, was the godfather of 8.5. And so because of that, we have some really neat stuff. So we want to thank everyone that stepped up to support the special Crusty Ramsay $20,000 to win SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8.5 here at Streetcar Super Nationals 21. Here are the people who have supported in order to get us to that 20 grand, and that's Greg Champagne at Ultra Carbon. That's ultra-carbon.com. Mark Menser at Menser Motorsports, mensermotorsports.com. Jeff Boyd, Taro Martinez, the Martinez Stair Company. Jennifer Boyd at Junkyard Jenny's Used Z Parts. Brandon McBride from Snap-on Tools. Elite Imports Auto Repair. That's eliteimportsautorepair.com. Tim Parker at Parker Sheet Metal, parkersheetmetal.com. Kurt Johnson here at Total Venue Concepts. Jason Gonzalez and Wendy Schaefer Gonzalez at Atlas Performance Racing Engines. That's atlasperformanceracing.com. George Ragosa at Van Toll Ragosa Racing. Joe O at Hyperactive Performance Solutions. Rodney at RPM Transmissions. Derek Cooper and Gail Cooper gave $500 to the number one qualifier bonus. Corrine and Chad Davis just added another $500 to that. So the number one qualifier is going to get $1,000. Oh, no. $1,500 to number one qualifier. $1,500 because Scott Lewis also gave $500. So it is $1,500 for the number one qualifier. Now here's the other awesome part. Anthony Harrington at madracingparts.com put a $1,000 bounty on the number one qualifier. If you take out the number one qualifier, you get $1,000 in cash. If the number one qualifier goes all the way and wins this deal, they get the $1,000 in cash. Again, we're doing all of this because we love Meg and Crusty. They were amazing West Coast racers, always supportive of everything at Streetcar Super Nationals. And again, the godfather of 8.5, Crusty Ramsay. So we are thrilled to death for this 8.5 category, and I know that all the racers out there are going to want to win this one in his honor this weekend and take home that $20,000. And the Really Trick Custom Trophy. That's right. It has been made up of all kinds of blowed up parts from Crusty, and he was a nitrous guy, so there's a lot of spark plugs, ladies and gentlemen. It is a beautiful trophy, and it is going to be awesome for whoever the winner is. This is going to be a very special one for sure. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Pro 275, no time to lane 7 and 8. Pro 275, no time to 7 and 8. Limited small tire, you're on standby. Limited small tire, you are on standby. Drivers, you can't leave your car in the lanes. We need you guys to the lanes. Drivers, you need to be in your cars. Suited, helmeted, ready to rock and roll. Let's go. Doug Carter out of Thornton, Colorado in the 94 Camaro in the right lane. Jimmy Olsen in the 20 Dodge Charger over here in the left lane out of Washington, Utah. Olsen, dead late on the tree. Like knock on the window and tell him to go dead late. Carter 57 on the tree and runs it out 10:14 at 104 miles an hour. Slowing way down. So he went through the finish line. It's faster than that to the 8th mile. All right, that's Chris Pinner out of Santa Margarita, California in the 70 Nova. And Juan Morales in the right lane in the Mustang. Morales goes 10:30 at 140 miles an hour. Oh my God. Luigi Panunzio went way before the tree came down. Quentin Pallanti out of Maricopa, Arizona in the 73 Firebird. I like that thing, but not as much as I like Marcus Steed's Pocatello, Idaho 68 Chevelle wagon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro 275. No time, you should be in lane 7 and 8. Pro 275, I need you to 7 and 8. Limited small tire, come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Limited small tire, come on down to 1 and 2, please. Again, Pro 275, you should be in lane 7 and 8. Limited small tire, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Tamala Pipes out of Henderson, Nevada, in the 85 Z28 going on down. And Jason Hamilton over there in the left lane out of Hamilton, Montana. Does he own the town? In my world, he does. 69 Firebird with a small block in it. Neither one of them great on the tree, but rolling on down the racetrack. And now we have Keith Reisner in that 600 cubic inch 70 Mustang. Okay, it's 598. I'm calling it 600. The math is easier. Brandon Sale, meanwhile, out of Kingman, Arizona, in the 78 Camaro. Oh, did I mention that Keith Reisner over there out of Peyton, Colorado, 69 years young, driving that big tire Mustang? I approve. But it's the pair in the water box that really are doing it for him. Oh, big wheel stand for the Mustang. Drove it out there nice. Reisner goes 87 on the tree to Sales 324. And now here we go. In the right lane, the Econoline pickup. That's Will Maliran. Maliran? Sure. Out of Oro Valley, Arizona in the 64 Econoline. 300 cubic inch inline 6-cylinder with a turbo on it. I wonder if my boy Carlos built the motor in that thing. That 300 inch inline 6 is becoming even more and more popular in the drag and drive world, etc. Will 290 on the tree. Meanwhile, Frank D'Souza Out of Santa Clara, my hometown, in the 63 Nova in the left lane, 421 cubic inch small block under the hood, goes 004 on the tree and runs 1099, 520 mile an hour. Watch out for Frankie over there. That one's going to be fun to watch. Meanwhile, Will goes 1325 in the Econo line. Joey Hatch out of Graham, Washington in the 62 Nova over there in the left lane, and Craig Smith out of Tacoma, Washington in the 78 Malibu. Both of them rolling on down. Trouble for Craig Smith. He is having issues down there. Goes 1354 at only 83 miles an hour. Then a couple of boos on the starting line. That's Corey Harris out of Phoenix in the 79 Malibu in the left lane. Says it's got a 283. Not sure I believe him. Jacob Trammell, oh, maybe 4.8, maybe. Anyway, and Jacob Trammell over there out of Casa Grande in the 79 Malibu goes 019 red. Kenji Trammell, I believe, is with them looking for a Turbo 350 converter. You've got one that's a 5,000 stall or better. Trammels could use that bad boy. Tana Taylor out of Rigby, Idaho in the 70 Mustang in the right lane. 418 cubic inch LS motor under the hood. And Joe Vlacity out of Glendale. That 55 Chevrolet 210. That is a cool looking machine. Pro 275, you need to be in lane 7 and 8. Pro 275, you should be in 7 and 8. Limited small tire, I need you to 1 and 2. Limited small tire to 1 and 2. Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Pro Modified. You are on standby. Again, Pro Modified. You are on standby. We are going to be calling you shortly. Pro Modified. Open Comp 755. Again, Open Comp, car number 755. I need you to the staging lanes immediately. Open Comp, car number 755. I need you to the staging lanes immediately. Jared Taylor over there in the right lane. The Taylors are here in force. He leaves the starting line, and the thing gave a shake and a shimmy, and then the tonneau cover opened up. And I am hearing that we have Earl on the racetrack. But see how he stopped? You see how he stopped? That's awesome, because, you know, stopping makes puddles, not stripes. Who is our guy with the mop that's behind the purple truck wearing white shoes on the drag strip? Oh, that is Evan. Evan, you are something else, my friend. White tennis shoes on the drag strip. I don't know if that makes you just ballsy or a badass or what, but I love you. Certainly easy to spot you out there. All right, all hands on deck. Let's push the purple truck back here. So I am hearing that it may be a rear end issue. All right, gang, so we got the rollers under the C10, who, again, did exactly the right thing by stopping as quickly as they safely could. Everybody else, if you could remove yourself from the right lane, please, so that we can send our tractors down there. We would appreciate it. There we go. The rolling is happening. I like the rolling. I still can't believe Bader's out there walking around with white tennis shoes on. It's hilarious. I mean, don't get me wrong, I normally wear flip-flops, but still, I haven't bought any shoes that aren't black soled in decades. Anthony Blanco over there in the Vega, out of Arizona City. 427 for power. And Evan Spawn out of Newburgh, Oklahoma. The 84 S10, 406 for power, goes 1124 at 117. Beautiful Chevelle over here in the right lane. Not on fire. Filthy over there in the left lane out of Henderson in the 68 El Camino. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Limited small tire, I need you to lane 1 and 2. Limited small tire, if you're not there, I need you to 1 and 2. Pro 275, this is your final call. Pro 275, this is your final call to the lanes. Pro 275, you should be in 7 and 8. Limited small tire, you need to be in lanes 1 and 2. Pro modified, this is your heads up. Pro modified, this is your heads up. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Here you go. Precision Turbo Pro Modified to lanes number 3 and 4. Pro Mod, Pro Mod, Pro Mod. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4, please. Limited small tire, this is your final call to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Modified. Come on down to 3 and 4. RacingJunk.com box. You guys are on standby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got a story to read. Scott Weilo sent this to Mel and said, here's a story for you. Read it if you'd like. So I'm going to read this out from a text message, so bear with me. It says, I lived in Colorado for about 12 years and met a new Crusty. Nicest racer you'd ever want to meet. I hadn't lived there a month, went to the races at Vandermeer, and he treated me like he knew me for years. I know people are putting money up for #1 qualifier in Krusty's 8.5 class, and I want to put up $500 for the #2 qualifier, as I was never fast enough to know what the #1 felt like. So again, Scott Weilo is putting up $500 for the #2 qualifier in the Crusty Ramsay Outlaw 8.5 category. He says, but I guess the only way I can send it is to whoever qualifies #2. I can PayPal it to them. I'm out here in Lebanon, Tennessee now. Follow Tin Soldiers, so I've been keeping up with his car. I'm watching right now, so if he announces it, we're good to go. That's awesome. Scott Weilo giving $500 for the #2 qualifier in Krusty's Outlaw 8.5 category. That is going to be awesome. I love that. If you guys, we don't need it, but if you have money or something or whatever that you want to add to the giveaways or the purse or the whatever in Krusty's Outlaw 8.5, man, we would appreciate it. The SMC Race Cars guys are just amazing, and they sponsor this class, and we love it. But there are a lot of people that are on board in order to guarantee that $20,000 to win, plus all the bonuses that are going on. If you've got an idea for a bonus, then we will take it. Let us know, and we'll figure it out. As our West Coast bikes going down the racetrack say no time category, so I don't know what they run, but I know that they're crazy, because I don't care how fast or slow it is, I'm out. Not doing it. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The honey wagon is here. The pump truck is here. If you guys need to have your RVs pumped out, they are right now over behind the bathrooms that are at the end of the staging lanes, and they will be making their way through. So flag them down and let them know what you need, and they will take care of you as they drive through the pit area. Pro Modified. I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Mod, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Limited small tire, if you're not in 1 and 2, you're late. And Pro 275, you're already under the arch, so it is too late if you aren't here. RacingJunk.com box, you are on standby. But Precision Turbo Pro Mod, I'll take you to the lanes anytime. Come on down to lane 3 and 4, please. Standing up here in the booth, looking down at some of our Pro 275 guys. Just letting you guys know, track temp is 80 degrees. We have gotten it up to 80 degrees. The sun is working. I'm looking down here from the booth, and I can tell you that gorgeous green Chevelle does it for me. I'll give you $5,000 right now, cash money. The 55 I'm in, young, and the LDR Corvette, not too shabby. Of course, KJ in the house. The Hellion Turbo Mustang, M&F Auto, the little Falcon down here. Is that a Kenny Hanna coming around the corner in the Orange Nova as well? Man, you know it'd be good. Some of those egg rolls right now would be pretty tasty. Just saying. I know we're not in Georgia, but you can cook those in Vegas too. Want to thank everybody for coming out here, you guys. Awesome to see you guys. You guys have been great today. Remember, thank your track staff that are out here as well. They work really hard to make sure you guys have a safe and fun event. Everybody up here in the tower working hard to keep everything rocking and rolling. And reminder, we're live on bangshift.com and on our YouTube channel. Here we go. Our first pair in Pro 275 no time. We got Jeff Young out of Idaho Falls, Idaho in the 2005 LDR Corvette. And Sean Green out of Chico, the 55 Bel Air. I went to Chico State. It's a great little town. few weeks ago, I was out at the Texas Motorplex announcing Texas Radial Roundup, and we were having an awesome time, and Justin Martin was out there having a good time in his Nova running 370s. And this is a no-time category, but an LDR car is going to be able to get down. If you have a black Ford Super Duty, it's probably not parked where you should be. If you own a gray Buick SUV, it's also not parked where it should be. We need you to move. Just because you see an open spot in the pits does not mean it is actually open and ready for you to park in it, as we have lots of vehicles still showing up, and we have a plan on the pit area. So please, do not park in random spots. I need the black Super Duty moved and the gray Buick SUV, please. Sean Green going right down Broadway. Jeff Young had a little bit of trouble out there. Here we go. Our next pair. KJ Glennon over there in the right lane. Supposed to be going down with somebody in the left lane, but not going to do it. As we get our air show going on, if you are a newbie to Streetcar Super Nationals or you haven't been here to Vegas yet, enjoy the air show. It's like this every day, and it is awesome. All right, here we go. KJ Glennon in the 01 Mustang here in Pro 275 no time. He's all the way in. Nice leave, wheels up. Great leave in that car. Goes to the 330 and clicks it off. Nice run. Wheels 4 inches in the air, gets into the wheelie control a little bit, takes a little bit of timing out of it, and dips the nose down. And here we go. The one and only Kenny Hubbard, a.k.a. Kenny Hanna, over here in the left lane. And Gavin Hosney out of Albuquerque in the 2015 Mustang in the right lane. Remember, folks, if you are not with the car that is on the starting line, you must be inside the bike rack corrals. No sitting on, standing on, or leaning on the walls either. Thank you. All right, Kenny Hubbard, one of the country's premier radial tire tuners, and a heck of a nice guy, above all else. Gavin over there in the right lane, both of them pulling up near the starting line. Kenny lights the top bulb, so does Gavin. Kenny's all the way in. Gavin's all the way in. They leave together. Nice run for Kenny Hubbard. That thing had just a little wiggle there at about 100 feet, but right down Broadway. Nice run. And now it is time for Kevin Foy out of Winnipeg. Winnipeg, Manitoba. In the 67 Firebird, 540 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood. And Scott Levis out of Los Lunas, New Mexico in the 1971 Chevelle. That is a beautiful, I don't like green cars, and that thing is gorgeous. One of many of the beautiful cars we're going to see out here this weekend. Oh. Do it to me. The 69 Camaro coming up of Craig Sparks. Oh. Pro modified. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Pro modified. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Limited small tire. If you're not in 1 and 2, you are late. All right. The Chevelle having issues over there in the right lane. Sorry to see that for Scott. They're letting Kevin Foy take the tree and make a single. Oh, well, maybe not. Here comes Scott. All right, we're sending them both. Scott pulls her up there. Yeah, boys, they're waiting on you. Come on, let's go. All right. Kevin Foy, being very patient, lights the top bulb. Both of them bump in. Tree comes down. Foy really soft at the bottom, but motoring through the top end. Scott Levis a little more aggressive on the start, gets really close to the center line at the stripe, but they make it down the racetrack. Now, Anthony Katnick out of M Ridge, British Columbia. I think that's Mission Ridge, maybe, in the 69 Dart. And Martin Connolly out of Slayersville, Kentucky, in the one, the only, Crusty and Meg Ramsay 78 Malibu. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up, as that is the first time this car has been down the racetrack in competition since Crusty passed away. A big group of people involved in getting this thing down there, and I guarantee there are a lot of lumps in throats and tears in the eyes to watch this thing go down the racetrack. Really, really a special deal right here. I gotta imagine for Anthony Katnick it's pretty special as well to be the guy lined up against them. It's a pretty sharp group of cats that are standing behind that thing right now too. And here we go. Martin Conley doing the driving. Anthony Katnick slow pulling up to the line, but he's there now. Both of them in the top bulb. Conley's in all the way. Katnick is too. They leave together. Look at that machine. Right down Broadway, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me chills to watch that machine going down straight as an arrow with Martin Conley behind the wheel. What a run. Ricky Daniels from Albuquerque. You've got guys parked in somebody else's pit. Okay, your crew guys. Ricky Daniels, your crew guys are parked in somebody else's pit area that we're trying to park them in. Ricky Daniels, if you can get your crew guys to move their vehicles, we would appreciate it very much. What in the hell is going on right now? What in the wide, wide world of sports is laying on down here, Mel Roth? That's a Bentley. Who in the right mind, like, you're an extra badass baller, or I don't know, bought it at auction. It's sexy. It's cool. It's the only way one of those is cool. My dad worked for Bentley for many years, and I hated those cars, but that's cool. right, here we go. Loving the 69 Camaro over there in the right lane of Craig Sparks out of Galt. Nice job right down Broadway. Brandon McBride out of Lakewood in the 05 Corvette, also running right down the racetrack. And now, we've got Roger Holder out of Bakersfield in that stunning 69 Camaro. Dude, does he know how to have a car that isn't just pretty as could be? I mean, look at that thing. You know, I bought an OBS Suburban recently that had been repainted like recently. And I spent like $300 on cleaning products and all that. And I'm scared to death of this thing. I can't even imagine what wiping that thing down is like. And Harry and Ian out of Chatsworth, California, coming up in the 67 Camaro over there in the right lane. A beautiful pair. Dude, that thing sounds evil. The Bentley, though. Dude, the Bentley is something else. I wonder who built that car. Yeah, I think that's a real Bentley that they gutted and, you know, did a tube chassis and the whole deal. Like, it's legit. Again, I wouldn't give you $5 for one in stock form, but that's rad. Oh, look at that. Roger Holder. I don't know what the numbers are, but wow, that was a lick. Big black tracks all the way down the racetrack. I love it. All right, the Marines are here, ladies and gentlemen. Helicopter's on its way. Yes, folks, this is a Bentley with, I believe, a screw blower on it. And wow. I mean, wow. This looks like a brand new car. I have no idea. But it's Tony and Ian out of Chatsworth. It just says Bentley. All right, it's Armenian Tony. In my world, I look at this and go, okay, like Copart auction. Oh my God, this is cheap. Let's build a race car out of it. It'll be funny. And I hope that's how this went down. Now, if he's an extra baller, maybe he just went out and bought it and then gutted it and made it into a race car. Either way, I approve. It's orange, which I love. It is a really nice looking car. Like really, really nice looking car, at least from our vantage point. I am excited to see this thing go down. Looks like Patrick Barnhill is down there. Maybe part of the tuning crew on this thing. Oh, getting a wave. Might be leaking. Yep, they're shutting it off. Weston and the crew saying shut it off. Brad and the crew down there running the starting line, and like I said, a little bit of leakage down there. It's okay, again, it's a puddle, not a stripe. We like that. Or at least it's a short stripe leading to a puddle. Tony goes down there having trouble. I think that is a brand new car. So here they go. We'll see what limited small tire. All right, final call. Pro Modified. If you're not in 3 and 4, you're late. We're going to run without you. RacingJunk.com box. You guys are on standby. Get them off the jacks. Check tire pressures. Warm them up. Whatever you got to do. RacingJunk.com box, come on down to 5 and 6, please. RacingJunk.com box to 5 and 6. Mickey Thompson Tires X275, you're on standby. RacingJunk.com box, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, here we go. Jeff Godwin in the right lane, Lamar Swindell Jr. in the left lane. Side by side, nice job. Looks like Godwin got there first, but I got no times, no scores, no win light, no nothing on my end. Here in limited small tire. Corey Mitrovic over there in the left lane out of Thornton, Colorado in the 80 Mercury Zephyr. Oh, sorry, computer did not. I thought that was Ragosa, and I'm like, why are we? Yeah. George Ragosa out of Orland, the 64 Chevelle over there in the left lane. Brian Van Tol. Brian out of Ramona, the 66 Chevelle. Big block for power in the right lane. 64 Nova over there in the left lane. Whoa, big wheel stand for Ragosa, who goes all the way to the bumper, sets it down, doesn't look like it hurt anything, but then decided he needed to pull over up against the wall. Wow. That was a bumper dragger. Big thanks to George Ragosa putting on a show with the big giant wheel stand and then pulling over. Just so you know, he heard something after coming down. They get to the car and there's a hissing noise. because there was a nitrous line or something that had come loose. And so obviously way better for George to have pulled over than to knock himself out and end up in the gravel down there. So big thank you to George for doing the right thing. Katie Metza. Katie, out of Phoenix in the 86 Fox body. Here in limited small tire. Ooh, the next pair is cool. Oh, nice job for Katie. Thing left nice. All right. Todd Porter out of Rigby, Idaho in the 89 S10. I like that thing. And Jimmy Goebel. Goebel out of Hanford in the 64 Malibu. Turning on the nitrous in the trunk. Nice wheel stand for the S10 in the right lane. I like it. And here we go with Art Williams. And Jamie Voorhees. I don't know which one is in the car. It has both their names. Out of Simi Valley, another 63 Nova. All right, so Art Williams is driving it, apparently. Vince Murphy out of Casper, Wyoming over there in the right lane in the 2000 S10. Nice job. We're still in limited small tire. Attention in the pits. RacingJunk.com box category. You guys should be in lanes 5 and 6. Box, you should be in 5 and 6. Mickey Thompson Tires X275, you're on standby. All right, that was Todd Case out of Albuquerque. Yes, I said Albuquerque. If you've ever been there, you understand. The 03 Cobra. I spent a week one night in a bar in Albuquerque. It's entertaining. All right, here we go. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Pro Mod, Pro Mod, Pro Mod. Come on up to the grandstands. You guys are going to want to watch this. We have some really, really cool hot rods getting ready to run in Pro Modified. All right, Pro Mod, you guys should be suited up and in the cars. We are rolling you to the water box right now. Rich Vector out of Granite Bay, the 64 GTO. That thing is awesome. 8th Mile Pro Mod means that we open up this event to a lot of more fun, colorful, cool-looking body styles than you'll typically find in the quarter-mile stuff because aero matters so much more at 260 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Kurt Millage out of Helena, Montana in the left lane in that 38 Chevy, which, by the way, could be yours. It's faux sale. I mean, if you write a big enough check for that bad boy today, you might be licensing in it or driving it tomorrow. Matt DeYoung, nobody asked you. Remember that the guy with the microphone is always right. All right, here we go. Firing up the pair. All right, Mel, if you won the lottery and you could buy just one of these, which one are you buying? I already know the answer, I think.
Buying the Pontiac.
Yep, buying the Pontiac. I knew it. I do like the 38 Chevy, though. I'm not going to lie. The Pontiac is rad. That car is great. Big old blower hanging out of the top of it. Not the most exciting burnout in the right lane, but that's all right. As we are getting started with our first round of Pro Mod qualifying right here for Streetcar Super Nationals number 21. I am quite certain that Mel Roth did not think about what 21 years of this would look like on year 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. You know, if you have a blower car and the hat isn't taller than the roof, do you really have a blower car? I mean, come on. Wow, wheels up for the GTO, hard left-hander, pulls it around straight. 4.50 at 161 mile an hour. Meanwhile, Kurt in the 38 Chevy goes 4.75.9 at 151. Right now, the GTO is your number 1 qualifier. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. The Willys is, or the 38 Chevy's worth more money now. Number 2 qualifier. All right. Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, the 2012 Shelby Mustang with the world's tallest hat. And Aaron Wells out of Oklahoma City. And that, wait, that's not that. Brett Williamson over here in the right lane. Garrett Richards, last year's Streetcar Super Nationals 20 Pro Mod champion. Knows how to be fast here in Vegas. I like me the Corvette. 63 split window. The one and only year of a split window. Man, we got some fun stuff. Here we go, both in. Wow, big tire shake for the Corvette, but he pedals it. 426, 196. Gonna move him into the number 1 spot. Meanwhile, Garrett Richards goes 512 at only 111 as he has trouble out there on the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Black Ford Super Duty crew cab belongs to Erickson or one of his crew. You need it to be moving right now. Again, if you are part of the Erickson crew or you are Erickson himself, black Ford Super Duty, you're parked in the way. Dale Peterson out of Dawson Creek, British Columbia. The 69 Camaro, and Andy Carinas out of Pacifica in the 68 Camaro. All right, here we go, Dale and Andy. Andy lights the top bulb. Dale's in the top. They're both in. Tree comes down. Wow! Moving all over the plates. Parts flying off the car in the right lane. 4:07, 189 for the right lane. Meanwhile, our first 3-second, 200-mile-an-hour run, Dale Peterson, 382.7, 200.59 mile an hour. Looked like maybe belt was coming apart or something over there in the right lane. It was throwing chunks off of the blower belt as it went. Kind of impressed it lasted the whole run. Wilton, California in the 68 Camaro in the right lane, and John Durden out of San Juan Bautista in the 56 Corvette. That thing sounded good in the water. He did really well last year out here. That machine is definitely capable of running in the 370s. Oh, Durden out there near the wall, brings it back through the middle. 383.9, 197 miles an hour. Definitely a 370s capable machine from Durden as he went an extra, I don't know, 40 or 50 feet down the racetrack, moving over there to the left, but reels are back in and on down Broadway. Durden's crew will be happy with that as a starting off point. We'll see where they go from here. With a 200 mile an hour. I gotta say, Mel Roth called it. He literally said, I think they're gonna run a 71 on this pass, and there they go. Good job, goes to the #1 qualifier spot. Taglia in the right lane left before the tree came down. Oh, it looks like one of them didn't make it. I think Reister didn't make it all the way up and around the corner. He's at the top of the hill. But our safety safari going up there to get him, or down there to get him, as the case may be. Reminder, folks, you guys have been doing a great job, so I'm not harping on anybody, but a reminder, we need you guys to stay in the cattle pens, in the corrals, if you are not with a car that is actively running right now. All right. Shane Molinari, S&T Truck Repair, one of our live broadcast sponsors, coming up in the right lane in the 68 Pontiac Firebird. Dude, Molinari looking good. Again, S&T Truck Repair, one of our sponsors here on the bankshift.com live broadcast, along with Artex Racing, Raz Construction, Holly, Texas Precision Performance, Redline Synthetic Oil, and Molly Motorsport. Thank you for stepping up. Molinari was one of our racers who supported the broadcast last year, along with a bunch of other great people, and he was on it this year. Yep, that helps. Molinari and that beautiful red 78 Firebird. I love it. Some smoke out of the right side of that thing as he lifted off the throttle very early. Checking the racetrack, make sure everything is good. More than 20 pro mods on the property already. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right, we are clear up top. Sending another pair. We're in the right lane. Here in the left lane. Another pair of Camaros. You know why there's so many Camaro Pro Mods? Because they're awesome, that's why. Which one? Oh, left lane. It's Pontiac's Camaro, it doesn't matter. All the same. All good. Ryan Griffin coming up too behind the water box. The only Ford Pro Mod t-shirt I've ever worn. He gave me a t-shirt like 2 years ago here, and it's a cool shirt, so I wear it, even though it has a Ford on it. Staying. Does that say I could be bought? I can be. I mean, I'm just being real truthful. Okay? As long as we're all on the same page right here. Yes. Oh, money. I got a whole penny. That's true, they don't make them anymore. So what's a penny worth now that they don't make them anymore? 2 or 2 cents. Gage the intern says 2 cents. Yeah, well, you know what? You may not have paid for my 2 cents, but you're getting it anyway. Whether you like it or not. All right. The Firebird and the Camaro. Nice job for LeBate. 374 at 207 miles an hour. 390, not too shabby over there in the right lane. 198, but that 374 puts him in the number 2 spot. 207 though, big speed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not already gotten your official event t-shirt, you want to head on over to the Streetcar Supernationals merchandise trailer. There's not one but two different event t-shirts. One with Crusty Ramsay's car on it, one with Darren Grove's car on it. Event hoodies are $45, event t-shirts are $25, plus a lot of other great stuff that is over there in the Streetcar Supernationals merchandise trailer. Brian Griffin out of Olympia, Washington, over there in the 67 Mustang in the left lane. And Raz Construction, another one of our live broadcast sponsors, out of Ridgefield, Washington, over there in the 69 Camaro in the right lane. Neither one of them on a straight run, but Griffin still goes 379 at 207. That was the fastest mile an hour at 207.88 so far. 15 cars going down the racetrack. Remember, any of our heads-up categories, you must switch lanes from round to round of qualifying. That is your responsibility. If you don't do that from one round to the next, then that qualifying run will not count. Out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada in the right lane, the 63 Corvette of Nick Duda. That thing is 393 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet, and I believe it actually has a 23-degree cylinder head on it. I could be wrong, but I think that might be true. Josh Kallick out of Aromas, California, the 2019 Corvette, not small block powered. All right, Mel's telling me it's Kalish in the left lane in that beautiful 2019 Corvette. But you know what? Small block. Duda's car weighs like 4 pounds probably. I love that thing. For sure the only small block in the field. And let's see what kind of number he can run. Last year he did great out here and was of course a crowd favorite. Duda lights the top bulb. Kalish rolling forward, he's there. They're both in. Tree comes down. Duda tattoos him on the tree and goes through the lights. 384, 198 mile an hour to move into the number 6 spot with a small block. Josh Kalish goes 386 at 197, dead late on the tree. Duda was not playing around. That was awesome. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to lane 7 and 8. Mickey Thompson Tires X275. I need you to 7 and 8. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you're on standby. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you're on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to lane 7 and 8, please. X275. Come on down to 7 and 8. Real Steel, you're on standby. Real Steel, you're on standby. Brylan Holder and John Dickinson. Dickinson out of Buckley, Washington, 68 Camaro. Brylan, 27 years of age, out of Bakersfield. Wow. All over the place and still goes to the number 1 spot. 367.2 at 204 mile an hour. That Holder camp putting a brand new car down the racetrack. It went the long way. Still 367.2 at 204. Little S10 right down Broadway. On a radio. Whoa, the hood coming off. Whoever put the hood on, you done screwed up. 781 at 172 mile an hour in that thing, and it got down there to about the 1,000 foot, and the hood decided to leave the chat. Just a reminder, folks, and I know, hey, accidents happen, but please double check your stuff to make sure things are not going to fall off or leak or whatever. Man, I feel like today, every time we get our rhythm, we got one more thing that goes. So hopefully no other damage to that thing. It looked like the hood just left. There's nothing worse than when they open and then beat the windshield and the roof to death. And as a reminder, if you are not approved media, you cannot be down the wall. All right, we got a little bit of fiberglass to clean up down there in the left lane. So one more time, Mickey Thompson Tires X275, come on down to lanes 7 and 8. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Real Steel to lanes 1 and 2. Mickey Thompson Tires X275. This is your final call. X275. This is your final call to 7 and 8. Real Steel. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire. You're on standby. Trouble for the dragster over there in the left lane. But Michael Jackson and the 86 Beretta and Keith Reisner, the 70 Mustang, reaction time determines qualifying order here in box. Big wheel stand in the right lane for Keith Reisner. He did that last time down the racetrack as well, but Michael Jackson having trouble in the Beretta over there in the left lane. Rod Thomas out of Apple Valley in the Falcon, and Terry Langston Davies out of Yarrow, British Columbia in the 41 Willys. The only Willys in the box competition. Wiggling around early, but goes right down Broadway through the lights. 534, 128, 136 on the tree, not going to be good. Rod Thomas trying to kill it, goes 004 red. Here we go. Kevin Crandall goes 70. Matt Hardy 23. Just a reminder, folks. You may not remove any of your safety gear prior to turning off the racetrack. That means loosening of belts, removal of gloves, or removal or loosening of helmet. None of those things are allowed prior to pulling off of the racetrack. Period. It's not that hot. It doesn't matter if it was. You wanted to be a race car driver, you are. And that means you leave your safety gear on until you have exited the racetrack. All right, I have a racer in need, racer in need. If anybody has a 220 to 260 Bosch style injector, I have a racer in need. They only need one, but if you got two, why not? Again, 220 to 260 Bosch style electronic fuel injector, please let us know in the tower. .008 red, but Mike Rock goes 003 green. That puts him in the number 2 spot behind Cash and Fry, who also went 003 but did it first. Sasha Cerny out of Artesia over here in the right lane. Hold on. Monty. You're telling me that thing is a bracket racer and a pull vehicle? Come on. Race car and push car. It's awesome. Now it's Skylar Cerny in the right lane and Tracy Hawker over here in the left lane. Skylar left before the tree came down. All right, here we go. DeAndre Fitzgerald over in the right lane behind the wheel of the family 69 Firebird. The old man, Monty Fitzgerald, standing there on the starting line, watching the kid. I may or may not have seen the old man behind the wheel of this thing going up against Bodie one night on the streets of Mexico. And it was fun, I assure you. DeAndre, an absolute beast of a bracket racer. And a hell of a kid. The whole Fitzgerald family, wonderful people. And let me tell you, folks, nowadays, being a good human, it's not that big a bar to reach, but it will make you better than most people. So let's do that. Here we go. DeAndre goes 30 on the tree. Kaisley Price goes 003. So we now have our top 3 are 003. DeAndre down in the number 11 spot. That thing left really soft. And he's down there looking like he might be having trouble getting up the hill. John Carvalho Jr. out of Modesto in the 67 Camaro in the right lane, and Jacob Trammell out of Casa Grande in that 79 Malibu. Hey, if you're parked under a sign that says don't park here or no parking or any of the things like that, you probably shouldn't be there. Even if you're in a golf cart. Oh, the other way. There you go. People are awesome. Gage, we can't say that out loud. Well, that didn't look good at all. All right, folks, we're hearing that there are a couple of drips down there, but we do not need the scrubber for a big cleanup. So we're going to get him off the racetrack, get the drips cleaned up. We'll be ready to rock and roll one more time. Arizona Real Steel, Arizona Racing Company Real Steel. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2 if you're not there yet. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire, you're on standby. Real Steel, come on down to 1 and 2, please. Okay, I'm being told 2 or 3 minutes and we'll be ready to rock and roll. All right, here we go. We're ready to rock and roll. Mulder over there in the left lane. Out of Corstairs, Alberta. And Eric Aldrich out of Oceanside, California in the right lane in that awesome 72 Maverick. I love this car. Fox Body Mustang with an LS over here in the left lane. 388 cubic inches of bored and stroked 5.3. Over here in the right lane, Anthony Smith, a.k.a. Big Worm, out of Torrance, California, in the 93 Mustang. Jeff Whitworth, out of Nanaimo, British Columbia, Canada, in the 63 Nova. Worm running here in X275 as a test for his Outlaw 8.5 entry. Hanging the left front. Nice, easy run for Worm. Goes 470 at 157 miles an hour. Hey folks, if you're standing on the starting line and your car is not in the water or on the starting line, you need to be inside the bike fence little corrals. Yep, move your way over there, guys. We need you in the corral. Yes, you. With the King shirt on. That's you. There you go. Move on over into the corral, please. As David Holtgrew and Don Bolton are on the starting line. Holtgrew having issues. Bolton goes 531 at 114. Now that's a couple of burnouts right there. Kevin Wallauer out of Hesperia in that beautiful 55 Chevy, going up against the 1968 Dart of Not on File. Up next, Chris Gould and Eric McCarthy. McCarthy in the Fox body. Gould in the 2017 6th-gen Camaro. That'd be a pretty good drag race right there. Big hole shot in the right lane, obviously. Couple of 4:30 runs. Tyler Stamler, that moves him into the number 1 spot behind Stephen Barnett. Zach Kane, 4:38.8, moves him into the number 4 spot behind Chris Gould. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Red Tide, Outlaw Small Tire to 3 and 4, please. Red Tide, Outlaw Small Tire to 3 and 4, please. Real Steel, if you're not in lanes 1 and 2, you are late. We are rolling you to the ready line. Red Tide, Outlaw Small Tire, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. NorCal Trailers, Super Index, you are on standby. Also going to make the announcement one more time. If you have lost a pair of AirPods that are not Apple, I have the case and one AirPod that were turned in. Sean Letson, 472, puts him right behind Anthony Smith in the number 10 spot. Again, Red Tide, Outlaw Small Tire. Outlaw Small Tire to lanes 3 and 4, please. Outlaw Small Tire to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Index, you're on standby. Trouble for Tom Catwell. Attention in the lanes. No pit vehicles in lanes that are not yours. Do not park your pit vehicle in the staging lane next to the one that your race car is in. It needs to go in front of or behind your race car, or it needs to park in the designated area at the base of the tower. Please help me help you, or I will steal, aka confiscate, your junk. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. NorCal trailers, super index to the lanes, please. Super index to 5 and 6. Outlaw small tire to 3 and 4. Outlaw small tire, you need to come down to 3 and 4. Super index to lanes 5 and 6, please. Eric Outland over there in the right lane, and James Harlan. Nice run right down Broadway. NorCal Trailers, Super Index. I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Index to 5 and 6. Small tire, Outlaw small tire. If you are not in in 3 and 4, you're late. Outlaw small tire, final call to 3 and 4. Super Index to 5 and 6. Super Index to 5 and 6. Magna Fuel LDR, you're on standby. LDR, you're on standby. Super Index, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, we have a massive fuel spill, but it's just fuel. So it will evaporate here momentarily. All right, that's Jamie Voorhees over there out of Simi Valley in the Team Toaster, 64 Nova. Our next pair getting ready to rock and roll. Attention in the pits, Super Index. Super Index, I need you to 5 and 6. Super Index, this is your final call to lanes 5 and 6. Magna Fuel LDR, you're on standby. I lied. Magna Fuel LDR, come on down to 7 and 8. LDR to 7 and 8. Magna Fuel LDR, come on down to lane 7 and 8. Outlaw 8-5, you're on standby. Outlaw 8-5, you're on standby. You guys need to make sure they're warmed and off the jacks. We're going to call you momentarily. All right, gang, just a little bit of housekeeping. So as the sun is going down now, the temperature is going to drop. And in order for us to maintain this amazing, awesome track temperature that we have right now, we are going to need you I'm sorry, I'm laughing at my friend Raleigh Miller, who's being a smartass on text messages. I love you, Raleigh. We need your cooperation because we need this race to continue. We need the pace to be quick. We're going to be calling you guys to the lanes, and we need you to come when we call, and we need to keep cars going down the racetrack. And one of the things that we're going to need from you guys to help us with that is to make sure your junk ain't leaking. All right? So if you are out there and you are having issues with your car, we understand. Stuff happens, right? But we need you guys to do everything you can to make sure they're not leaking. So do a quick warm-up in the pits. Check for fuel leaks. Check for oil leaks. Make sure you are putting hands on everything. We need you guys to help us keep the flow going. It's day one, we know, but we can get a lot more racing in today if you guys help us out. So we really do appreciate it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. LDR, limited drag radial. I need Magna Fuel LDR to lane 7 and 8, please. Magna Fuel LDR to lane 7 and 8, please. Super Index, this is your final call to 5 and 6. Outlaw Small Tire, you should be in lanes 3 and 4 or you're late. Magna Fuel LDR, one more time. We need you to 7 and 8. Come on down. Jeff Baumia and Taro Martinez, Concord versus Surprise, Arizona, and here we go. Right down Broadway. Mike Silva out of Madera over there in the right lane. The 70 Nova. Felipe Valencia out of Union City, California in the 72 Nova in the left lane. 540 cubic inches left lane, 598 in the right. Over there in the right lane, my friend Brian Rock's kid, Dean Rock, is over there helping Mike Silva with that Nova. Dino went on his first drag and drive on the very first drag week in 2005. He was 4 years old riding in a car seat in his dad's GTO. It was awesome. Philippe gets there first. Looking good. Good job, Dino. Fourth gen Firebird versus a Mustang. That's Chris Lucarelli out of Meade, Colorado in the 02 Mustang in the right lane. And Alex Sanchez out of Newark from the Bay Area up there in the 98 Trans Am. Chris Alston Jr. in the house down there. They leave together. Putting a lot more power to the ground. Alex Sanchez out there getting a lot more aggressive in that racetrack, holding it. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. MagnaFuel Limited Drag Radial. MagnaFuel Limited Drag Radial. You should be in 7 and 8 now. Is this the red S10 that lost the hood or the red S10 that almost crashed? Or are they the same truck? Oh, okay. So if you're with the red S10 that almost crashed and then oiled down the racetrack and then lost its hood, I believe your hood is still down here somewhere. If you could pick it up, that would be awesome. It's at the top end. We would appreciate it. Hey, and now is as good a time as any to remind you that as the lights are coming on here at the racetrack, So should your lights. You must have a tail light, and we want it on now, not when it gets dark. Look at that. That's a Johnny Coleman down there telling stories. Again, Chris Alston Jr. in the house as well on the starting line. Oh, big wheel stand in the left lane. And the S10 all out of shape again. I'm sorry, I'm going to be this guy. Maybe it's time for a new sport. I'm just saying. Would you look at this? Look in the right lane, ladies and gentlemen. That 67 Chevelle over there has got a taillight on it. It's not a factory taillight, but it's a taillight, and it makes me happy. Lights on, everybody, lights on. Want to thank Australian Outback Plants for being one of our great sponsors here this weekend. If you're looking for cool Australian plants grown in Arizona, check them out. So I'm talking to Mel Roth about Paul, who owns Australian Outback Plants. And Paul is a cool dude from Australia. Like real Australian plants by a real Australian, but grown here in Arizona so that you can have them here cheap, and they'll send them to you all over the place. Plus, they're just awesome for supporting great drag racing. I mean, come on. How can you argue with that? They are sponsors of the Little Gangsters class, which, in case you were wondering, Little Gangsters is 28-10-5 tire or 275, 530 index. Not a lot of other rules. The brainchild of Tom Gunner, a.k.a. Jimmy Dale, and Poland, and now running all over the country. Paul Chambers over there at Australian Outback Plants. Sponsoring Todd Cahill's Buckeye, Arizona 55 Bel Air in the left lane. But Paul said, I'm thrilled for Australian Outback Plants to support the Little Gangsters class. Being the sponsor of such great racing, especially for its Streetcar Super Nationals debut, is very exciting. I'm going to be attending some events in Australia, but I'm changing some travel plans in order to be in Vegas for the race. $7,000 for the main event. $3,000 for the second chance race as well. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5. It is your turn. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Street, you're on standby. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5. Warm them up, set your tires, and get to lanes 1 and 2, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. If you have trans brake solenoid, an internal trans brake solenoid for a Turbo 400, I have got a racer in need. If you happen to have an ATI, it would be perfect for his ATI valve body. The ATI replacement part number is an ATI 403099 on Summit. And before he overnights one, he's wanting to check and see if any racers have one here. Fig Speed does not have it, but if you guys do, that'd be awesome. Yeah, David Gebhardt is needing some help. If you've got an internal trans brake solenoid or a block and the solenoid or whatever you got, come hit me up in the tower. I'll give you David Gebhardt's phone number and you guys can touch base and see if what you got might work with what he's got before he overnights parts. Clinton Stoneham went down in the 74 Datsun, and now it's Mike Patton out of Hawthorne and Buzz Nielsen out of Rexburg, Idaho. Tension in the pits. Outlaw 8-5 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw 8-5 to 1 and 2. Outlaw 8-5 to 1 and 2. LDR, this is your final call to the lanes. LDR, this is your final call to lanes 7 and 8. Wow, we got a lot of LDR. Here we go. Gary Onamura and Andy Lowry. Lowry out of Winslow. The 71 Maverick. I love that car. Gary Onamura out of Las Vegas in the 65 Chevy 2. Lowry, 700 on the tree. Knock, knock. It's time to go. Pro Street, you guys are on standby. Pro Street, you need to start getting them ready. Pro Street, you're on standby. Oh, no. You can't park there. Hey, you can't park there. I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no oil left in it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry to make fun of your misfortune. But ouch and stuff. Now do you guys see what I'm talking about? About it's so much easier to clean up a puddle than a stripe? And I mean, he did good. He got over. I love you for stopping and not going all the way up the hill. I hope your junk is not ruined.
not moving. Yeah, it's pushed in. It's permeated the rubber.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 85, SMC race cars, Outlaw 85, Crusty's race. If you are not in 1 and 2, you are late to the party. Pro Street, you're on standby. Pro Street, you are on standby. All right, all right. So because of the oil over there in the left lane, we put that class on hold. We're going to scrape and get all that cleaned up and ready to rock and roll instead of sitting here wasting darkness, daylight, and the heat in the racetrack. We're going limited drag radial racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, final call. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5 Krusty's race. This is your final call to lanes 1 and 2, please. You guys that are behind the tower, rolling around to being under the arch, when the pair at the ready line pulls to the water, you need to get to the line immediately where LB is at. He's the handsome gentleman running the front of the lanes with the gray beard. Yeah, he does. He's really needy. He gets lonely very fast. So when there's nobody in front of you, you guys need to be rolling up, like right now. We are trying to run this race at a pace. And if you're not helping us with that pace, then you're hurting us with the pace, so come on. All right. Cody Fleming and Kenny Hubbard. And limited drag radial. 411 to a 421. 183 mile an hour for Kenny Hubbard. Gives him the number one spot for now. What is with all the black smoke? My God. I know, I'm kidding. People in the tower here don't understand. They don't understand that Rick Flatus and I are friends, and I know this car and have traveled all over the country with it a bunch of times. Uh-oh. It's on. We have started wars in the tower. Oh, what are you going to slap me with? I thought you were going to slap me with a glove. It would be like very British of you or something. Yeah. Whoa! Flatus with the giant wheel stand. Stands the thing on the bumper. Gets on the brakes over to the wall. Wow, Rick, what is going on? All the way up there, I guarantee you, there are going to be photos of that thing with only one wheel on the ground. It got up on the bumper hard enough that it twisted it to the right. Wow, that was awesome. Wow. Diesel goes on the bumper. News at 11. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're canceling the rest of the event as all of the staff in the tower has been thrown off the roof. Gage the intern, gonna be the first one to fly. Airplane. Oh my God. We have officially lost our minds up here, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't take that far. Airplane. Airplane. Oh my God. That was awesome. What? It is only Thursday, thank God. Yes, yeah. Yeah, it might save you, like an airbag. Oh, people, if you only knew the conversations that happen up here, it's hilarious. By the way, if you look down there at the guys scraping the racetrack, don't they look like the Elks Lodge guys on the miniature cars at the parade? Right? Shriners. That's what I meant, the Shriners. They look like the Shriners. It's awesome. I am pretty, you're right, Jeff. Nice run. 410, 187 mile an hour puts Jeff Young up there in the number 1 spot. John Martin coming up next. That was like a burnout, only less smoky. I've asked my... All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need a 7.425 length 3/8 push rod. Well, this one's a 7/16 with a double taper 165 wall, but beggars can't be choosers. So we'll take a 7.425 anything push rod if you've got one. Hey, see what happens when you don't do the burnout? Yeah, yeah. Pro tip. I don't know who it was that dumped all the oil here on the staging lane, but man, what a mess. Swear to God. Again, if you have a 7.425 or close to that push rod, Scott needs it. Your favorite tech guy. Come on down. All right, roll into the water, boys and girls. Let's go. All right, Artis Houston and Jeff Whitworth. Artis really soft on the leave, but Whitworth right down Broadway, 438, 165. Puts him in the number 4 spot. In case you weren't sure what those were, apparently those are B-1 bombers, and they are, dude, amazing. Uh-oh, that's Johnny Coleman over there in the left lane out of Lakewood in that 69 Camaro. Broke a drive shaft. Saw it dangling around under there. It appears, well, I don't know. I think it broke at the rear end. If that is the case, they'll be able to make sure the drive shaft is stuck in the thing. If somebody has a ratchet strap and you run it across, you can hold that drive shaft up and then roll the car. Ask me how I know. Oh, we're calling for the rollback. Do not pull out in the golf cart. We got you. Thank you. Everybody on the starting line, we need you to be standing inside the corral panels. Seriously. If you're not, well, you're not, because there's no race cars in the water or on the starting line right now, so. Ooh. I was afraid of that. It's a carbon shaft, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I'm getting word that there may be some considerable damage, not only to the drive shaft, but possibly to the rear end of this thing. So I don't know if Johnny Coleman has spare or not. But if you do, he might be appreciative of some help. If he tore up the center section, I know my boy Aaron Spitzer at Texas Precision Performance, one of our fine live broadcast sponsors on the bangshift.com live broadcast, would be the guy to fix it. Sir, on the electric scooter next to lane number 1, if you can come back to the starting area, we would appreciate it. Sir, you on the electric scooter on the return road next to lane 1, who's being approached by security or not. All right, here we go. Nick Kincaid in the left lane out of Surprise, Arizona. Surprise me, Nick, and make it all the way down the racetrack with no oil. Come on, big dog. You could do it. You could do it. Ooh, big run in the right lane. 419, 161 mile an hour to 458 at 159. Puts Nick in the number 10 spot. And Jimmy Crack Corn over there in the 2444X into the number 3 spot. Alex Gutierrez out of Orangevale and the 69 Nova going up against Ed Elsey out of Frederick, Colorado and the 89 Mustang. Qualifying round number 1 right here. Oh, wheel stand in the right lane. One of those things is not a V8. Craig Sparks, that beautiful 69 Camaro over there in the right lane. No idea. Not on file in the left lane. All right, here we go. Something wrong with the Camaro over there that was going to be in the left lane. Not taking throttle. Sounds like maybe a map sensor or something. Look at that. 447, 169 mile an hour in the right lane. Tovar Mulder out of Carstairs, Alberta, in the 90 Mustang. Over there in the right lane. On a single. Nice looking run. 462, 139. Getting out of the throttle early. And here is Chris Alston Jr. over here in the right lane, multi-time Streetcar Super Nationals champion over the years. Looky, looky, I think we're done with the scraping in lane number 1. Chris Alston goes 481 at just 127 as he lifts and coasts on down. Jose Moore. Moore coming up in the Mustang. And I believe Jose is going to be our last car before we roll into Outlaw 8-5. Here we go. We're going straight into Outlaw 8-5. This racetrack is tight. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Street, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Street, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Street, come on down to 3 and 4. Jose Moore goes 4:06, 182 to take the number 1 spot. And here we go into Outlaw 8-5. Troy Lind out of Nampa, Idaho, over there in the 70 Chevelle in the right lane. George Ragosa. George out of Orland, California, in that 68 Nova. I don't know what the cops are doing down here, but it looks like they're ready to cuff and stuff somebody. Gage the intern says it's training. I say it would be more fun if it's an actual criminal. They're playing cops and robbers, yes. Here we go. Lind lights the top bulb. George purging the nitrous. Ragosa goes right down Broadway, but Lind just lights the tires up. Wow, that's loud. Mark Smith out of Long Beach. The 66 Nova over there in the right lane. And Cade Shirk. Shirk out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada, in the 04 Mustang in the left lane. Neither one of them going to win an award out there on the starting line. But Cade goes 69 at 157 to take the number 1 spot. KJ Glennon now out there in the right lane. The Fairmont in the left lane. Not on file over there in the left lane in the Fairmont wagon. You guys know I'm a sucker for a Fairmont, and especially for a wagon. Big wheel stand in the right lane, motors it right on out. 455, 360 mile an hour goes to the number 1 spot for KJ Glennon. Corey Mitrovic and Eric Aldrich. Aldrich out of Oceanside in that beautiful 72 Maverick. Meanwhile, out of Thornton, Colorado, Mitrovic shows up with the 80 Zephyr. Totally approve. Spinning the tires over there in the right lane, but the left lane, Corey Mitrovic goes right down Broadway, 502, 142. To end up in the number 6 spot. Back up the Duster and let's do it again. That was not all right. And the Duster having trouble out there. Scott Lewis out of Los Lunas, New Mexico in the 71 Chevelle going against Eric Alrenberg out of Albuquerque in the 98 Mustang in the left lane. Looks like the car in the left lane has stopped. Remember, taillights, taillights, taillights. Meanwhile, the Duster in the right lane struggling to idle down the racetrack. Looks like it might make it to the top of the hill. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Street. Pro Street, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Street, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Street to 3 and 4. All right. Alrenberg and Lewis getting ready to roll. Alrenberg goes 482, Lewis 554. And Holtgrew over here in the left lane in the 67 Nova going up against Jason McLean out of Greeley, Colorado in the 68 Camaro. All right, here we go. Wow, McLean leaves really soft, and Holtgrew, I mean, that thing just drove away from the starting line like it wasn't a race car. Derek Losey out of Tacoma in the 87 Mustang in the left lane. Meanwhile, Shiloh Davies out of Norwalk in the 68 Dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, come on down to lane 7 and 8, please. Triple index to 7 and 8. Pro Street, I need you to lanes 3 and 4. Again, red tide canopies, triple index to lanes number 7 and 8, please. Derek Losey goes 454.3, 161 mile an hour for the number 1 spot. And Mike Aldrich out of Littleton in the 89 Mustang up on the starting line. Lining up next to Nick Zink in the 80 Malibu out of Stanton. Zink has issues. The Mustang is shooting smoke out of it. Aldrich goes 484.3 at 132 mile an hour to get into the number 7 spot. And Martin Conley driving for Crusty Ramsay over there in the left lane. Sherry Castagno out of Ethel, Washington in the 68 Camaro over there in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, Pro Street to lanes 3 and 4. Final call, Pro Street to 3 and 4. Red Tide canopies, triple index. Come on down. Krusty's G-Body Malibu goes down 4:57.9, 158 mile an hour to grab the number 3 spot in Outlaw 85. Nice job. Castagno over there in the right lane having issues. Went 640 at only 88 miles an hour and may not make it up the hill. Remember, taillights, 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 people. We need taillights. Brad Thomas out of Squamish, British Columbia in the Coyote powered 91 Mustang on the right lane. Ooh, nice job getting away. Tim Arello out of La Crescenta in the 67 Camaro. Arello goes 475 at 162 to grab the number 5 spot. Meanwhile, Brad Thomas finds himself in number 6. Stephen Green over here in the left lane going up against Anthony Smith. Big Worm in the 93 Mustang over there on the right side. Ford Power. Weird. Very weird. Anthony Smith, a multi-time Street Car Super National champ. Wow. Destroying the tire in the right lane. Oh, smoke in the left lane at the top end as well. Looks like fluid out of Worm's car. Well, that's awesome. Clean up on aisle 4. Worm is going to be really upset that he did this.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Holder's AC small tire. Holder AC small tire. We'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Holder AC small tire to 5 and 6, please. Holder AC small tire to 5 and 6.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finishing up our Super Index category. All right, Dwayne Lyle went 784, 176 mile an hour. Tracy Hawker, 884, 152. And now it's Doug Carter and James Knight. James in the 67 Camaro, Carter in the 94 Camaro. 960 the index. Triple index is 860, 960, 1060. Pick which one you want. You never know which other index you're racing against. Knight out of Peoria, Carter out of Thornton, Colorado. Neither one of them going to win an award for the reaction time, but still looking good. Doug Carter went 958 on the 960. James Knight going to need some work at 85 on a 960. Not going to do it. Darren Taylor over here, 860 the index. Dale Jansen, 760. Sorry, I said 860, 960, 1060. I meant 760, 860, 960. 862.6. Darren Taylor's going to be happy with that. Dale Jansen, 781.7. Not where he wants to be. Chris Pinner out of Santa Margarita, California in the 70 Nova up next in the left lane. And Devin Jansen out of Armstrong, British Columbia in the 70 Nova in the right lane. 860 for Jansen, 960 for Pinner. How close can they get? $867 for Jansen, not too shabby. Pinner needs a little bit of work, goes 973 at 138 mile an hour. A couple of 860 machines here. Dan Nicholson and Tony Dreesen. Dreesen out of Abbotsford, British Columbia, Canada, in the 51 GMC pickup. And Dan Nicholson over there in the 64 Malibu. I like the little Chevy truck. That thing is cool. Dreesen goes 8-0. That is significantly too quick. Dan Nicholson goes 10.76, which is significantly too slow. They're going to go back to the drawing board and decide if they need to change their index or make some major changes to the trucks and cars to get them to slow up and speed up, respectively. Sam Montgomery out of Atascadero in the 63 Nova. And Jacqueline Jones in the 23 Ford Roadster. Sam Montgomery goes 907 on the 86 or on the 960 index. That is a skosh too quick. And Jacqueline Jones goes 998 on the 860 index. All right, Jeremy Aston out of Springville, Utah, leaking on the starting line, apparently. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Holders AC small tire to lanes 5 and 6, please. Holders AC small tire, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Triple index, if you're not in 7 and 8, you're late. But again, Holders AC small tire to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mod, you're on standby. Big, big move to the right for David Clark. So that thing went out there and shook the tires or spun them one or the other and then snapped right, brought it back left, did a good job to not try and overdrive that thing. Now it's John Garofalo out of Fernley, Nevada in the 68 Camaro. Not sure who the driver is in the left lane, but John Garofalo out of Fernley in the right lane in that 68 Camaro. Chevy 2 over there, cool looking race car, but like I said, not on file yet. All right, here we go. Left lane lit the top. Garofalo lights the top. He's all the way in. Pro Street, no time. Wow, wheels up. Bucking and bouncing, all kinds of angry in the right lane. Wow. That was like riding a bull. Guys are talking about whether that fender will stay on through the run, as the left front did look like it was flopping around out there. Lance Knigge out of Casper, Wyoming in the 67 Nova in the right lane, and Kevin Guthrie out of Parker, Colorado in that beautiful 62 Bel Air. This car is gorgeous, like everything Guthrie owns. This thing has been a beast out here for many, many, many streetcar super nationals. Absolutely gorgeous car. And a perfect car for the Pro Street category. Rocky Robinson out of Los Molinas, California in the 56 Chevy. My favorite year of Tri-5. I have a 56 Chevy Bel Air wagon at home. Holders AC small tire, Holders AC small tire, come on down to 5 and 6, please. Again, Holders AC small tire to 5 and 6, please. Nice job for Rocky Robinson. That thing was dancing around down there, but he straightens her out, runs it out the back door. And now we get into triple index. Triple index. Again, Holders AC small tire. You should be in lanes 5 and 6. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. Pro Mod, you are on standby. All right, again, here we are in our triple index category, which is 1060, 1160, and 1260. Don Bonahum over here in the right lane out of Lake Havasu City, the 91 S10. Kenji Trammell in that 66 Chevelle. Kenji was looking for a torque converter for a turbo 350 earlier. Not sure if he found one or not. Goes 1291 on the 1260 index. Bonahum goes 1101 on the 1060 index. Quentin Palante out of Maricopa over there in the left lane, trying to run 1060. Kevin McGee out of West Jordan, Utah in the right lane. Having trouble leaving before the tree is activated. He is cruising down over next to the wall. 1019 with a 2 for Quentin. All right, Michael Porter and David Phillips. David goes 10 red. That's all right. That thing goes 143 to 60 foot. I think that might be his best yet. Runs it out the door 1076.5 on a 1060 index. Michael Porter in the 64 Mercury Cyclone has issues and pulls over right at the 660. I'm going to send out the four-wheeler to help push him up. Oh, wait, he's under power and going down now. All right, Craig Schell and Randall Garner. Schell out of Pocatello, Idaho in the 68 GTO. And Garner out of Port Orchard, Washington in the 98 Mustang. Garner trying to run 1060. Schell trying to run 1060. I dig the GTO. Holder's AC small tire. You should be in lanes 5 and 6. This is your final call to the lanes. Final call, Holder's AC small tire. Light on the left lane, 37 on the right. Neither one of those too shabby. Wow, 10:59.2 for Jason Biscay. Don't touch a thing. Corey Harris gonna need to step it up, however. Marcus Steed in the awesome 68 Chevelle big block station wagon in the right lane goes 1082 on the 1060. And James Taggart in the 64 Falcon goes 1210 on the 1160. Loving the Love truck. Mason Hawker out of Boise in the 76 Love. Him and Joey Clark, neither one of them on the tree, but let's see if they can run the number. Hawker trying to run 1260, goes 12:56.7. Joey Clark in the left lane trying to run 1160, goes 1195. Joe Vlacity in the 55 Chevy out of Glendale, right down Broadway. David Milligan in the left lane goes 1044 on the 1060. Vlacity goes 1058 on the 1060. All right, Philip Koch III, the 68 Chevelle Nomad wagon, and Justin Keller, the 95 Ford Mustang. Keller having trouble, starts pulling over. Koch goes 1302, trying to run 1160, not sure what happened there. Justin is stopped at half track. Would appear that we got a little dribble out there. Everybody on the starting line, please watch out for the tractors. If you are standing on the starting line and you don't collect a check from the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, then please stand within the bike rack corral like the fine folks on the left side of the racetrack are doing.
bringing down beer.
I vote for Burton. Huh? I vote something cool.
All right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going racing again. All of you guys that are in the lane, please wipe any drippy things off of your car so we can go racing. So we are doing the last little bit of drag right here. And the track temp has somehow miraculously stayed with us. And it's time to rock and roll as we are working our way through triple index. Holders AC small tire. You guys are also in the lanes. And we are moving you forward like now. Here we go. Triple index. Over here in the left lane in the 2022 Audi is Eric Morikawa out of Las Vegas. Morikawa 1060, the index he's going after. And Regan Schumer out of San Diego in the 08 Mustang doing the burnout. The Audi has the all-wheel drive. All-wheel drive. So no burnout. But ready to roll. This thing runs 1060 with no burnout and no drama. I'm going to be loving. Oh, very soft on the hit, but wow. Coming on the power hard in the middle and driving around the Mustang at the top. 1264 on a 1260 index in the right lane, 1147 on a 1060 index in the left lane. May want to change over to 1160 instead of 1060. But impressive. All right. Greg Dreher out of Bakersfield in the Chevy 2, and Luther Waters out of Pasadena in the 68 Camaro. Greg Dreher goes trip, zip, perfect on the starting line, and then runs 1067 on a 1060 index. Don't touch a thing. Luther Waters goes 1094. He needs to pick it up. Sarah Rust in the 6th Gen Camaro. And the El Camino over there in the right lane. $11.05 on the 1060 for the left lane, $12.71 in the right lane. Another Chevy 2 and a Nova. That's Frank D'Souza out of Santa Clara, 1060 the index. Ryan Edwards out of Chandler, 70 Nova, 1060 the index. Couple of good lights, 1072, not too shabby. 11:47, a little slow for the 1060 and a little fast for 1160. All right, so we got a single in the right lane here for Jaden Hawker out of Wellsill, Utah, the 2011 Challenger, having issues. And then we have a license run. And I believe that we have broke the Challenger. All right, we're going to do the left lane for our license run real quick. Okay, gang, we are prepping 3 and 4 for Holder's AC small tire. Attention in the pits. I am sorry that I did not give you a heads up on this earlier, but Pro Modified, we need you to the lanes. Pro Mod to lanes 7 and 8, please. Because of the rain, we were hesitant to call you guys up. We didn't want you guys sitting here. But I didn't give you the standby order, but I am telling you now, Pro Mod, come on down to 7 and 8, please. Pro Mod to 7 and 8. If you've got to do a warm-up and check pressures, please make it a very quick one, as we need you guys to the lanes. Pro Mod. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8, please. Mustang Madness and Pro 275, you guys are on standby. Attention in the pits. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8, please. Precision Turbo Pro Mod to 7 and 8. We are getting ready to spray over here in the right 2 lanes for our Holders AC small tire. Want to take this opportunity to thank SMC Race Cars for being one of our great sponsors here this weekend at Street Car Super Nationals 21. SMC Race Cars is a full-service race shop located in Spokane, Washington. They do chassis fabrication, turbo kits, professional wiring, suspension setups, and they also tune both Holley EFI and Fuel Tech, the presenting sponsor here at Street Car Super Nationals 21. You can check out many of their customers' cars racing here at Street Car Super Nationals 21, proudly displaying the SMC Race Cars decal. If you want to find out more information on SMC Race Cars, you can find it on Instagram at SMC_racecars. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked by a few people whether or not we're going to finish up tonight and whether they can go to dinner or not. And of course, you can always go to dinner whenever you'd like, but our plan right now is to continue racing as long as we can continue racing. If I have any further information other than that, I will let you know. But right now, we've got a racetrack that is at temperature and there is no water falling from the sky. So we're going to send race cars down the racetrack until conditions arise that preclude us from doing so. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Pro Mod, we need you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Pro Mod to lanes 7 and 8, please. All right, folks, if you are not in the car and ready to rock and roll, you need to get there. As the tractor is coming back, and we are about ready to fire them up and send them into the water box. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for Holder's AC small tire. Pro Modified, come on down to lane 7 and 8. Pro Mod to 7 and 8, please. Harry and Ian out of Chatsworth in the right lane in the 67 Camaro, and Eric Outland out of Los Angeles in the 2014 Camaro in the left lane. This is a no time category. If you are with the orange Bentley, never mind. All right, here we go. Andy S. I am going to totally butcher his last name, and I don't want to do that. Out of Clovis in the 91 S10. And Tony the Armenian out of Chatsworth in the Bentley coming up next. Got it started up again and is pulling it around. All right, Andy in the S10 has been very patiently waiting. Tony pulling up over there in the Bentley. That is cool. Like I said before, I'm not a Bentley guy, but that thing is rad. Oh. And the trans brake does not hold in the right lane. Leaves before the tree is activated, which also screws up the left lane, and that just was an ugly pair right there. Josh Warnberg out of Iona, Idaho, the 73 Camaro, and Aaron Brown out of Las Vegas in the 86 Mustang, the We Grudge Racing entry. Nice run in the left lane. Josh Warnberg right down Broadway. Nice job for that team. Aaron Brown also made it down. It's not quite as quick. Tim Van Tol out of Princeton, California in the 98 Camaro in the right lane. And I don't know, not on file in the Challenger in the left lane. Meanwhile, my favorite Nova pulling into the water box in the left lane. The dog dish hubcaps, other than the stickers and the parachute hanging off the back, looks super mellow, and I love it. Van Tol's all the way in. Nice A to B pass for both of them. Nice burnout for the Nova. Sean Letson over there having issues on the starting line, lights up the tires and wiggles around. Lucas Milner out of Winnipeg in the 69 Nova, though, goes A to B. Trouble over here in the left lane for the second gen Camaro. Looks like they're not going to make that run. So we have Tom Kissling out of Pahrump in the 95 Mustang in the right lane. It's going to make a single. Okay, that made us nervous up here. Not gonna lie, there was some no, please, no, going on in the tower up here. Okay. I'm glad to see that the second gen Camaro that was having trouble starting got that thing fired up and ready to rock and roll. So he didn't lose his qualifying or time run. Wheel stand over there in the right lane for Derek Cooper. Don Anderson goes A to B. Joey Hovey out of Paradise coming up in the 70 Camaro. Sheldon Root in that 62 Acadian. That is not a Chevy 2. It's an Acadian. That's the Canadian version. Joey Hovey's car had trouble starting, and it just did not sound quite right in the burnout. So I'm hoping that the thing is cold-blooded and that by the time he has to let go of the button, it's warmed up and happy. Apparently he is. It's Joey Hovey right down Broadway. Sheldon Root having trouble spinning the tire out there. And now Israel Valenzuela out of Los Angeles in the left lane. And Dan DeGata out of Pomona in the right lane. DeGata rolling up just past the starting line. Little toot to purge. Pro modified, I need you to lane 7 and 8. Pro modified, I need you to lane 7 and 8 now. Pro mod, pro mod, pro mod. Pro modified, you need to be in lane 7 and 8. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Mustang Madness to lanes 1 and 2. Mike Orban out of Grass Valley, California in the 68 Camaro. Beautiful car. And Ed Elsey out of Frederick, Colorado in the 89 Mustang. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Pro mod, you should already be in 7 and 8, please. Wow, lots of blow by out of the Mustang in the right lane, and smoke all up in the top end down there. That is not looking good down there. Tons of smoke out of the puke tank. Goes through the lights, lifts. And a big puff of smoke at the top. We're checking the racetrack. So far, I'm hearing that the racetrack is clean. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. That is good news. Good news. All right, here we go. This is Davey Watson over there in the right lane. Mike Silva out of Madera in the 70 Nova in the left lane. Just a heads up, as there's things falling from the sky. I'm not saying nothing except, ladies and gentlemen, in Little Gangsters, our plan is to run you after Mustang Madness. I'm just giving you a heads up. We've called Mustang Madness to the lanes. We have not called Little Gangsters. But I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up because I know there's a lot of you. And I just want to keep you posted, all right? Also, want to thank everybody for working to stay tight and quick and close and all the good things on the starting line. We'll keep you posted. So we're going to keep dragging and brooming, keep the racetrack clear, and we'll let you know. Just going to give you guys a little bit of info on some of the purses out here this weekend. As we are in Holders AC Small Tire, which is $5,000 to win. Arizona Race Company Real Steel No Time is also $5,000 to win. Pro Street $4,000 to win. Limited Drag Radial $3,500. Outlaw Small Tire $3,500. X275 $3,000. Limited Small Tire $3,000. Outlaw 8.5 $20,000 to win. $7,000 to win for Little Gangsters. $3,000 to win the Second Chance race. Open Comp $1,750. Triple Index $1,500. Super Index $1,500. Box $1,750. Calvert Racing No Box $1,500. Mustang Madness $1,000. Pro 275 is going to be up for $7,500. Hughes Performance Big Tire $8,000 to win. And Precision Turbo Pro Mod $10,000 to win. All right, guys. We are about to go back racing, so if you are in the car and you've taken your helmet off or any of those things, put them back on, folks. We are ready to rock and roll. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the tractors are coming off the racetrack, and we are getting back into Holder's AC small tire. All right, the Nova and the Caddy, you're up. Fire them up. Let's roll. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. You should be in lanes 1 and 2, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. You should be in 1 and 2, please. Last chance, Pro Modified. If you're not in 7 and 8, you're late. Pro Mod to 7 and 8, please. All right. Justin Hutchins, sorry. Out of Mesa, Arizona in the 2012 Cadillac CTSV. Philippe Valencia out of Union City in the 72 Nova in the left lane. Thank you so much for being patient, guys. We appreciate it. Just a reminder, Pro Mod. You need to be in the opposite lane that you qualified in round number 1. So if you were in the left in round 1, you got to be in the right in round 2. If you were in the right in round 1, you got to be the left in round 2. We're going to have to check the racetrack again. Lots of smoke down there in lane number 3. Looked like a puff out of the top of the engine, so hopefully we're good. Is that Johnny Coleman down there? I think that is Johnny Coleman on the starting line. change out there for Mike Pullen. Wow. Pullen changes lanes left to right and then right to left. And I think that was Darce Laws out there. All right, the racetrack is clean and dry. We are ready to rock and roll. Nick Kincaid out of Glendale, Arizona in the 89 Mustang in the left lane. Joshua Lightfoot out of Lomita, California over there in the right lane with the 04 Mustang. Running an Holder AC small tire. All right, here we go. Nick Kincaid, Joshua Lightfoot. Both of them in. Let's rock and roll. Nice side-by-side run. I will take that. Shoots out. Straight as a string. Let's roll. All right, we got Jamie Voorhees over there in the right lane out of Simi Valley in the 64 Nova. And Brandon McBride out of Lakewood, Colorado over in the left lane in the 05 Corvette. Then we're going to have Andy Dodge in the 69 Chevelle, and I believe that Dodge will be the final car in Holder's AC small tire before we go into Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Putting big power down in the left lane, he gets it all the way there, but Jamie got out there about 60 feet, and that thing just tried to spin itself around. It came in hard with all the boost. All right, again, Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen on the starting line area, please watch out for equipment. You guys walking willy-nilly all diagonal across the starting line. Somebody's going to get hit out here, so please, folks, pay attention. Andy Dodge out there in the 69 Chevelle, and he might be dripping something. Let's see. Dodge looking good out there, but it's dancing around in the middle. All right, folks, here we go with Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Mike Keenan over here in the left lane in the 2019 Z06 Corvette. And Garrett Richards, the 2012 Shelby Mustang out of Tacoma, Washington. Last year's winner here at Streetcar Super Nationals 20 in Pro Modified. Currently qualified in the number 18 position. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, this is your final call to lanes 1 and 2. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, this is your final call to 1 and 2. Australian Outback Plants Little Gangsters, this is your standby warning. We are going to call you guys up next. Little Gangsters, heads up. Burnouts in Pro Mod, and Little Gangsters, it's your time. Come on down to 7 and 8. Again, Australian Outback Plants, Lil Gangstas. Come on down to lanes 7 and 8, please. Little Gangsters to 7 and 8. Richards dancing around down there, but this should be a much better run. 4:05, 187 miles an hour moves him up from number 18 to number 11. Mike Keenan, 595, puts him in the number 20 spot. Doug Reister out of Victoria, Texas. Over here in the 68 Camaro, Rare Morrison power. Nitrous huffing, 998 cubic inch big block. Currently in the number 2 qualifying position. And Garrett Richards stopping on the racetrack in the right lane. All right. All right, Doug qualified number 2 so far. His first round run, a 371.4 at 200.02 miles an hour. This thing absolutely capable of running in the 60s. Your number 1 qualifier, currently Brylan Holder, with a 367.2 at 204.79. Doug getting ready to see if he can break into the 360s here with this run. No, picks it up a skosh, as in 6th thou. Still number 2, but with a 370 with an 8 at 199.08, sorry. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Little gangsters, you should be in lane 7 and 8, please. Little gangsters to lane 7 and 8, please. All right, Ryan Griffin coming up out of Olympia, Washington in the 67 Mustang. All these guys ran in the left lane in the first round of qualifying, and so now they're running over there in the right lane. We did give them the option to run in both lanes, even if they had already run in that lane in the previous round, but Ryan Griffin qualified number 4 with a 379.8 at 207.88 miles an hour. Needs to get into the low 67s to take the number 1 spot. Dancing around out there, but he holds it together. 379.3 at 208 to improve by 5 thousandths of a second and stay in the number 4 spot. Our next competitor, Josh Kalish, out of Aromas in the 2019 Corvette, currently your number 8 qualifier with a 386.6 at 197 mile an hour. Leash goes 385 at 199 to pick up a tiny bit and ends up in the number 8 spot. John Durden out of San Juan Bautista in the 56 Corvette in the left lane, and Dale Peterson out of Dawson Creek, British Columbia, Canada, over here in the right lane in the 69 Camaro. Durden is qualified number 6 with a 383.9. Peterson is qualified number 5 in Precision Turbo Pro Mod with a 382.7. 0.08 of a second quicker than Durden. Can either one of them improve right now? Are they going to be happy with staying in the top half of the field after round number 2? Come on, boys, pull them in. Here we go. Big lead for Durden, goes A to B. 379.7 at 198. Durden stays number 5 even with that improvement. Peterson, 555 at only 105 miles an hour as he has trouble. Stays in the number 6 spot based on that first round qualifier. All right, it's Rich Feichter. Feichter out of Granite Bay in the 64 GTO. Going up against Michelle Henry out of California in the 2003, Pontiac Grand Am. No smoke for Rich over there in that burnout. Cleared the tires off, cleaned them up. Should be fine. This is our final pair of Pro Modifieds before we go into our Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Again, Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness coming up next. Then we go into Little Gangsters. Little Gangsters, you should be in 7 and 8. Little Gangsters, you should be in 7 and 8. Oh, big hop for the GTO to the left. 418, 170 for Henry. Has him in the number 13 spot, and Rich is 16th. All right, here we go. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Caleb Shepard out of Santa Clara, Utah in the left lane. The 2014 Mustang. Dennis Hilliard out of Durango, Colorado in the right lane in the 2019 Mustang. Hilliard was on the brakes most of that run, goes through with a 10:29 at 131. Shepard 13:41 at 106. Dennis Drummond, the 03 Cobra, Jeremy Aston in the 2011 Mustang. Dennis Drummond having a problem down there, stopping at the finish line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Australian Outback plants, little gangsters. This is your final call to the lanes. Pro Charger, Pro 275, no time. This is your first call to the lanes. Pro Charger, Pro 275, come on down to lanes 3 and 4, please. Melanie Cox and Madison Boardman. Maddie over there in the right lane goes 880 at 151. Melanie goes 909 at 150. Justin over there in the right lane goes 1109 at 128. Not on file goes 932 at 142. Cal Gordon out of Hesperia having trouble pulling over to the wall.
Keep it lit, Weston. Keep it lit. I don't want people to know that we're here to wipe their ass. Oh, I know. Just big burnouts. Okay. We're gonna keep it good up here.
Yeah, I know. Sure. I'm just, it's a fucking pile, dude. I can't believe it.
Then hang out up here for an hour.
No, I'm good. I'd kill me some motherfuckers. I have no patience for that shit.
No, I'm trying to start a program. We'll call it, How Much Do You Love Drag Racing? We'll pay you to come hang out for a few hours.
You haven't got the book Drag Race Running a Drag Strip by
Not
Dummies?
yet. We're still doing the coloring book. Drag race coloring book.
Fucking.
There'll be tons of illustrations and vile language.
People not on them. There he is. Why would you fucking do that? I live there.
Yeah, take it from him.
You're living there for a girlfriend?
We got a really nice place. Oh, I see. It's a nice place. We got a place on the Puget Sound. But you know what? Dude, I paid $30,000 in rent for the last year in Texas. Free in the off season when I had.
All right, driver off the racetrack, Cal Gordon. Got it off there. We appreciate Cal making sure we weren't making a mess, and we were not. So now it's time for Craig Smith out of Tacoma, Washington in the 91 Mustang in the right lane, and Steven Erickson out of Scappoose, Oregon, which I'm probably saying wrong, but Foster will correct me, in the 07 GT500 big tire car. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Charger, Pro 275, no time to lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Charger, Pro 275, no time to lanes 3 and 4, please. Again, Pro Charger, Pro 275, no time to 3 and 4. Lil Gangsters, if you're not here, you're late. Never staged over there in the left lane.
Just wanted to show him and he can make the decision. We really need that. Dude, I saw that on the
Like, what is he gonna do? Take the tree or
Matt Hewitt over there in the right lane. Out of Enumclaw, Washington. Again, if I say that wrong, Jeff Foster will correct me later. The 98 Mustang, now they're pushing him off the starting line. What is going on here? That's true, no oil. I will tell you that it's every fiber of my Chevrolet being right now wants to make funny statements, but I'm not gonna. All righty then. It is time for Little Gangsters. Rick Fleetus over here in the left lane out of Galt in the 70 Chevelle that stood on the bumper earlier. Was up on one wheel. Kendall Redder. Uh-oh. Fleetus having troubles. What is wrong? The Chevelle's still running but not happy. As Rick's going down the racetrack. Rick, the owner of NorCalTruck.com. They're your truck suspension specialists. If you're looking for the finest in lift kits, lowering kits, and upgrades for your 3/4 and 1 ton truck, look no further. Whether it's your daily driver, your hauler, your off-road rig, or your race truck, and whether you're looking for 4-wheel drive or 2-wheel drive suspension systems and accessories, they have got you covered. They have created a full line of personalized suspension packages for you to choose from. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. Ed Elsey needs a header gasket for a Trick Flow high port head or a Felpro 1481. If anybody's got a Felpro 1481 or a header gasket for a Trick Flow high port head, Ed Elsey is in need. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Fig Speed, Open Comp, 4/10 Pro Tree to lanes 1 and 2, please. Fig Speed, Open Comp, 4/10 Pro Tree. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in our Pro 275 category, just a heads up, we are going to run our Pro Charger Pro 275 no time shortly. We are going to follow Little Gangsters with them. However, we need to prep lanes 3 and 4 for you to make sure they are ready to rock and roll. So while that prep is going on, we are going to quickly run our Fig Speed Open Comp 4/10 Pro Tree, which is why we've called them to the lanes. So pay attention, to Heather and Ron in the staging lanes, as they are going to tell you everything you need to know. Again, Pro Charger, Pro 275 no time. You should be in lanes 3 and 4. Australian Outback Plants, Little Gangsters, if you are not in line, you are late. And Fig Speed Open Comp, 4/10 Pro Tree, I need you to guys lanes 1 and 2. All right, it is Australian Outback Plants, Little Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports, who we are going to talk about, and NorCal Truck, which we have already talked about. So we will make sure you guys are ready to rock and roll when you get up here. Want to thank Williams Motorsports, who is a new sponsor for Little Gangsters class. Patrick Williams, owner of Williams Motorsports, has 30 years of engineering, mechanical, and semiconductor experience in the private and public sector. He has raced on the streets and on the track all over the United States of America, starting in Dallas, Texas, now based in Northern California. The Williams family is your automotive car audio and performance team with At the Cross Drag Racing, their Christian-based race team. They run bracket cars called Little Red, 1060 car that is deadly in the bracket world, and has won many, many trophies in the West Coast Pro Gas Association. Big thanks to Williams Motorsports as a presenting sponsor of the Australian Outback Plants, Little Gangsters, presented by Williams Motorsports.